things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Good afternoon, gang. Welcome, welcome. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Howdy. Got to keep reminding myself today is Thursday. I'm all thrown off this week. I don't know why. I just heard Stansbury mention Thursday, and I was like, no, today's Wednesday. Today is not Wednesday. Today's Thursday.
I woke up thinking it was Friday,
Man,
so I get it.
I'm going to have to go back and listen to the lyrics of that Rebecca Black song, because she spells it out very clearly. Today's Friday. Yesterday was Thursday. Tomorrow's Saturday. She didn't put a lot of thought into that song.
Or maybe she put so much thought into it that it seems like she didn't put any thought into it. You ever think about that?
I have not.
Me either.
She's a young girl who wanted
right
to be
now?
famous. Yeah. So anyway, hello. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right there.
Hey, creepy hoods.
Mary Santora's out. Poundcake is back there in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
It's a Thursday, Cody. Don't forget that.
I didn't.
Thursday. I know we're out tomorrow, but tomorrow will be Friday.
I'm aware.
Okay. And then Saturday, and then Thanksgiving next week.
Great.
Anyway, you want to join us on the phone? You can anytime you want to use our numbers. I'd recommend using them in order. 216-578-1007. Who knows who you'll get otherwise? 800-348-1007. You can text me 35192. There's also AlanCoxShow.com for all of the live video goings on there. Who's helping out today? Flick Polchester. All right, good. I'll give them a nod at the very top of the program. I'm going to be going, we're here live on Monday and Tuesday, but then I'm going to be going home for Thanksgiving. I've kind of nailed down, finally got to the point after my dad died, I go, okay, well, I need to nail down a holiday where my family knows we're always coming. And it's either going to be Thanksgiving or Christmas. And we opted for Thanksgiving just because we want our daughter to have Christmas at home. So Thanksgiving now every year, my family knows we're going to be coming in for that. Except, I've got 3 siblings and they've got their own things going on. And so I always have to hit up the sibling group chat and find out who's going to be around. I said, who's going to be around? Because we're going to be in. And sounds like I might be a little thin. So then I have to find out, you do a Thanksgiving thing with your parents, Bill, or no? You do a Friendsgiving thing?
My parents are going out of town. They're going to visit one of my siblings for Thanksgiving. I think my oldest brother? I don't know. So I'm doing Thanksgiving with them on Sunday afternoon or Sunday like lunchtime. And then Thanksgiving with my kids on Thanksgiving.
Okay. Because we're doing a Friendsgiving tomorrow night, but I always ask my mom.
I must have missed my invitation.
I guess you did.
It's all right. I have 2 shows in Fremont.
You couldn't go anyway.
I would have canceled them for friendship. For friendship, Alan, I would cancel the shows.
Otherwise engaged.
I would say, hey, sorry, Fremont people, one of which shows is already sold out. I got to cancel. Alan needs my friendship, but I guess I don't have to.
Have you ever canceled a sold-out show?
No.
Right. So I hit my mom up and I go, hey, what can I bring? And, of course, my mom, she's 75, but she is on her phone quite a bit. But for whatever reason, my mom will text me back 2 to 3 days later with something. So if it's something urgent, I usually can't get an immediate reaction. But I always I don't like to go anywhere empty-handed. So I always ask what I can bring, and she always says nothing. But I feel like I should bring something.
Is she bringing a boy?
She doesn't have a boy.
She got a new man's?
No.
Man.
Could you imagine that if show up for Thanksgiving and there's some
boyfriend
dude there?
That'd be
A young guy, too, like in his late 20s or early 30s.
Well, young to her, it'd be
My
mid-60s. Your age.
Like, yeah, I got a thing.
he's an old soul.
Oh, God. I want you guys to say hello to Joaquin.
Yeah.
He's going to be having Thanksgiving with us.
He's your son's age.
Oh, God.
He's a resident, like, a doctor. He's got some high-end boyfriend that just has a thing for older women.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe it's Matt Rife. In his new special, he's got a long bit about how he likes older ladies.
Did you watch that?
I watched part of it. I watched like the first 15 minutes or so. I don't like when he does the black
Listen,
set.
Matt Rife, we had him in here completely by accident a couple of weeks ago. He was walking by the window and we invited him in. And I'd never met him, and I had heard the name because Bill and Mary had talked about him. And his first Netflix special dropped.
You watched it?
Yeah.
How much?
Just because I was curious. Well, here's what my take on it is this. This is kind of the double-edged sword of blowing up on social media, is that people are used to enjoying you in really short spurts.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, he does stand-up shows. He tours and sells out, and he's super hot, and so that he's got that going for him too. But I watched it just to kind of see what that full set was, what that full thing was. Wasn't for me.
It's really not for us. It's for
funny's funny.
Zennials.
I mean,
there were some good lines in there.
No,
Like,
there were.
There's
There
some
were.
good jokes in there. It's tight. It's really tight.
But I think a lot of people are so used to seeing him on social media, and they're like, "Oh my God, he's so funny," that when you kind of see the long form, people seem less enthused with that. But again, he seemed like a nice guy when he was
nice.
here. He seemed like
he's a mensch.
a nice young man. But
I'll tell you what was the best part of the whole special is he does a promo with the guy that's the new Jake from State Farm.
Mhm.
And they arrest him outside of the taping, and they're just talking about like all the stuff, like he's so attractive, and then he starts talking to him, and they're like, "Oh, stop, man! He's crowd working you right now!" Like, it was very funny, but the special, like, I watched like 15 minutes of it and had to go. Like, I didn't turn it off because I was bored. I just was like had other things to do. I'll probably finish it this weekend.
I wonder how Jake from State Farm blew up the way he did, because they've had a number of Jakes from State Farm,
They have a biracial one now, don't they?
Well, they have a black guy. Yeah, Kevin Miles is the actor. But they had like different guys over the years. And then I don't know if it was just coincidental, maybe because it kind of
I think that's the guy in the video.
partly social media driven, but because he gets memed out now, and but he used to be the guy on the phone in the office, Jake from State Farm. The woman would call and think her husband was talking to a woman, and he's just talking to Jake from State Farm. And the wife would go, "She sounds hideous." He goes, "Well, it's a guy, so, But that was a different Jake from State Farm. But Kevin Miles, the actor they have now, has been doing it for a while. He's kind of on a flow from progressive trajectory. She's been playing that character for 20 years.
Looked up the old.
And he's been doing this for maybe 2 or 3.
Says that the old Jake from State Farm now works as a bartender in. Is there a Normal, Illinois?
Normal, Illinois is where Illinois State University is.
Okay, yeah, I thought I was reading that wrong. But yeah, Normal, Illinois. And he lives there with his wife and 2 children.
Well, there you go. Bartending in a college town. What could go wrong? But, yeah. Well, the Matt Rife, for people who are big fans of his and might not be aware that he has a special on Netflix, it dropped yesterday. It's called Natural Selection.
Natural Selection,
I believe
yeah.
is what it's called. And, again, I'm new to that whole thing with him, but he was nice.
The bit I liked was when he was talking about hooking up with old ladies, and you don't choke them, you just kink their oxygen cord. That was pretty funny.
Well, there's more where that came
Yeah,
from.
there's a lot of that.
I'm going to break. I'll have $1,000 for you on the way at 2:30. listen for these keywords, because today and tomorrow, or your last 2 days to get the money, we'll end another round of the Buzzard Bookie. So today and tomorrow, still plenty of keywords to come, but 2:30 is going to be the next one for you to get $1,000.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Hey, it's Alan for FanDuel. Want to start your NFL week off right? All customers right now get a no-sweat same-game parlay for Thursday night football. Bengals go to Baltimore to play the Ravens. All you do is place a 3-leg same-game parlay on Thursday night's game, and you get bonus bets back if you don't win. NFL same-game parlays, perfect way to combine your bets. You know how they work. Chance at a bigger payday. You get your winnings instantly on FanDuel. You can build your own parlay. They have some pre-built for you. If you just want to lock and load, FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app will never steer you wrong. If you're not on yet, use my name, FanDuel.com/Cox. And don't miss out on your chance, the no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel's an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and over and present in Ohio. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Howdy, Pilgrim. Mayflower Mike, Thanksgiving dinner DeMotto here, inviting you to our Heartland Holiday Homecoming celebration. Only at Nissan in North Homestead and I-90 Nissan. You're always welcome to come join our big Nissan family. Our holiday table is set, and guess who's ready to serve up a feast of savings? I am. And so is my sweet potato. Deal. Pass the cranberries, Belza. Pull up a chair, my friend, and help yourself to our main course. Up to $1,000 freshly carved off your new Nissan. You'll be stuffing your pockets with incredible savings, and you'll love all the trimmings of APRs, trimmed down as low as 0%. Are you kidding me? But you can only gobble up great deals like this until Monday. So hurry in at Nissan in North Homestead, on the North Homestead Auto Mile, and I-90 Nissan, Sheffield Village. Why? Because the deals are so good. See us online today at bignissan.com.
'Tis the season of holiday gatherings. Light up everyone with a box of a dozen Dunkin' Donuts. From sprinkled and powdered to frosting galore, you'll have everyone's fave in one festive box, including yours. Save time and order ahead in the app. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
My dog has more friends than I do.
Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
I should really give my dad a call.
Find your perfect mattress at the Black Friday sale at Mattress Firm. You can save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic, plus get a $300 gift toward pillows and more, all with free and fast delivery. The right mattress matters. We'll find yours this Black Friday sale. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Beatles fans, have friends and family coming to Cleveland for the holidays? It's the perfect time to relive the magic of the Fab Four together at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Experience the Beatles. Get back to Let It Be with friends and family as you step inside the Let It Be rehearsals and studio sessions. Plus, get an inside look at the Beatles' creative process and how they composed and recorded many of their most popular songs. The Beatles Get Back to Let It Be exhibit is only at the Rock Hall until the end of the year, so plan your visit today at rockhall.com.
Supply is high, which means prices are low. So now's the time to visit carsoup.com. Discover a huge selection from local dealers with new listings and incredible offers added daily. Your wait is finally over. Shop now at carsoup.com, the search engine for all engines.
Okay, true stories from Huntington customers with Kitty.
So, tell me about yourself.
I was blind from birth.
That must make banking difficult.
That requires a lot of trust. Before I could even ask, Huntington offered their statements in Braille. That made me feel like I was as important as you are.
I'm sure.
It feels like just the right place.
Get more than money from your bank. Welcome to Huntington. Real people compensated for true stories.
At Mattress Firm's Black Friday sale, better sleep and unmissable deals are a sure bet. Save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic and score a $300 instant gift for pillows and more. Plus, get your new bed with free and fast delivery. Don't miss the Black Friday sale at Mattress Firm.
With Black Friday appliance savings all month long at the Home Depot, we're making the holidays merrier by making holiday hosting easier with our lowest prices of the year on Whirlpool kitchen appliances. Get everything you need to store all your holiday favorites
Dinner's ready.
and the leftovers. with top brand kitchen appliances at a great value. Save up to $2,300 on select kitchen packages, including top brands like Whirlpool with Black Friday savings at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Life's better with an auto policy from American Family Insurance. No matter what dreams you're driving towards. That's because our expert agents will make you feel totally protected with the right auto coverage at the right price. You'll also save up to 23% when you bundle auto with home. American Family Insurance. Get a quote, find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
If there's anything better than getting a few of your favorite things from McDonald's, it's getting a few of your favorite things from McDonald's for less in the McDonald's app. Delicious.
For a limited time, mix and match a Filet-O-Fish, 10-piece Chicken McNuggets, or McCrispy sandwich. Buy one, get one for $1.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Price and participation may vary. Valid for item of equal or lesser value. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Cleveland Clothing has got your orange and brown gear for football season. Tees, hoodies, and headwear perfect for tailgating all the way to game time. And your only spot to get official Buzzard merch. Use the promo code GRAVY for 20% off now through the end of November. ClevelandClothing.com.
Stick to the plan. Trust no one.
From the director of Seven, Fight Club, and Gone Girl.
Anticipate. Don't improvise.
Michael Fassbender.
Forbid empathy. Empathy is weakness. Weakness is vulnerability. This is what it takes if you want to succeed.
The Killer. Rated R. Under 17. Not admitted without parent. Now playing. Only on Netflix.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, Mackenzie here. If you've been looking for a car, truck, or SUV that's in stock and ready for immediate delivery, you'll find it today at Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. With 23 brands, 50 locations, and over 6,000 new and used vehicles in stock, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at the perfect price. For the location nearest you, visit KenGanleyAuto.com. Ken Ganley, we drive Ohio.
Hey guys, it's Mary with some fantastic news for my fellow steak lovers. Carne asada is back at Chipotle. This tender, juicy, hand-cut steak is seasoned to perfection with cumin, oregano, and coriander, and then finished with fresh lime and cilantro. I tried it on my go-to bowl, and the way it mixed with my favorite ingredients like the fajitas, combined with how easy it was to order in the app, has me craving to try it again. But this time I'm thinking a burrito. Chipotle's carne asada is available in all
those stories of routine days that start like any other and turn into wrenching nightmares. All across the country, there are addresses I'll introduce you to that you'll never forget, and the experts that know them best. Listen to Murder Homes on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Alan Cox Show. There's no news. Putting the me in lamestream media.
A lot of nonsense and fluff and sensationalism.
On 100.7 WMMS.
another $1,000 for you here in a few minutes. About 10 exactly. Today and tomorrow, last 2 days to grab some cash in the Buzzard bookie. The Cavs win on the West Coast last night, 109 to 95. That's a pretty sizable win over the Portland Trailblazers, who are not a great team right now, but you never know how your fortunes will turn. So Cavs get a win last night. They are off tonight and then back here at home tomorrow and Sunday. They'll play the Pistons and the Nuggets, respectively. And then they'll go into, do they take a holiday break at all? I guess not. They'll go to Philly to play the Sixers. They'll host the Heat night before Thanksgiving. And then LeBron and the Lakers. Next Saturday, I will have tickets for you for that game around 3:50 today. So Cavs over the Trailblazers last night. A handful of people have asked me what the promo code is over at CLE Clothing Company. It is GRAVY. You want to use GRAVY for the remainder of November. 2 weeks from today will be the end of the month. You can use GRAVY until then. However many times you use it, you'll get 20% off. So if you like to do your shopping online, you can do it there. I want to get yourself some... What better stocking stuffer could there be as we get ourselves into the Christmas season than all that retro Buzzard merch that they have over there at CLE Clothing? So if you're in one of their stores, you can use it when you check out. If you're online, just use GRAVY. And they'll have another one for you when December starts up. But those Cavs-Lakers tickets later on. Draymond Green, you know, he got suspended for putting... who did he choke, Poundcake? This was in your sports break yesterday. Who did Draymond Green put into a chokehold?
Rudy Gobert.
Rudy Gobert.
Oh, look at that.
That's right.
Not Gobert.
Not Gobert.
I mean, it looks like Gobert, right? If you hadn't,
that's how it's
if you hadn't heard the name, yeah.
And I assume, and this is again me assuming I have underlying racism, I guess, because I was like, oh, Rudy Gobert, he's a black guy. I didn't think he had a French last name.
He's a French dude.
I was like, there's plenty of black guys that have French last names because there's a lot of black guys. I mean, I wouldn't say a lot, but there's black people in France and every other majority white nation. But yeah, I didn't even think about it.
And that's a shortened version of his name. That's not even his full name. His name is Rudy Gobert Bourgerel.
Ooh, bougie? What is it?
So the back of his jersey should say Gobert Bourgerel. That would be pretty cool.
But he knows no one's going to pronounce that correctly, so he probably...
Well, apparently some people are still saying Gobert. So
No, I'm saying Gobert. And
you're some people. Yeah.
I don't know if I'm the majority. I just deliver the news.
You really do. In your own inimitable fashion, yes. But Rudy Gobert over there with the Minnesota Timberwolves, but they suspended Draymond Green for choking him. And, well, I didn't even know Rudy Gobert played for the Timberwolves.
Yeah, he got
that shows you how much. I thought he
ago.
played for the Jazz.
Yeah, he got traded to the Timberwolves like 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
See, that's how much I know, Poundcake. You didn't know how to pronounce it properly. I didn't even know what team he was on.
But the thing is, though, I don't know. Yeah, they should have suspended him, but there was a bigger fight. Like, I don't know. There was a replay in slow motion where it was like Klay Thompson was in the mix. Someone hit him, and then like everything else ensued after that. So Draymond did not start that fight.
Why do you think there's so much fighting recently in professional sports? Like, there's so much.
I think it's always been like this.
Well, not. I mean, has it? Where they're choking each other on the floor?
But there's not that many fights, and it's mainly.
There seem to be a lot.
I feel like these athletes are under a lot of stress, and it must be very stressful making so much money.
Well, listen, I know it's all. There's a lot of testosterone and ego and things like that. I do understand that, but
I feel like the way people interact with each other is very different. Like there's racism in it. There's classism in it. Like, it's one thing to insult someone, but when you try to belittle someone or belittle their race, or like, I banged your wife or I banged your mom, like stuff like that, when it happens in real life, like someone allegedly did bang LeBron's mom, or someone did, sleep with someone's wife. I mean, look at what's her face and Larsa Pippen and Michael Jordan's son.
They're engaged.
Like, that's stuff. When stuff like that happens, that is more than just a dig. You're going for the juggler. Juggler.
Juggler.
The juggalo.
Get that
You're going for the juggalo.
You're going for the juggler. But
well, maybe the heart wants what the heart wants.
No,
Larsa Pippen and Michael Jordan's son. So you're saying you're saying that's a full-on long game troll.
Yes, that is a long game troll. Like that is getting you where it hurts. Like that. How do you play after that? Because you know the guys have something on you. Like for like,
but it's Scotty.
Like, I'm a
Scotty
studio girl, like Michael Jordan's son did.
Scottie
like,
Pippen's ex-wife and Jordan's son. Like there's enough degrees of separation there. It's not it's not beyond the realm of possibility. I mean, she's clearly a jersey chaser, and
then
the dude is Michael Jordan's kid. I don't know.
And then Delonte West, like poor guy, but like I feel like he put a lot of bad energy into the environment. Into like you don't do that with a teammate allegedly.
There's a lot of stuff like this. There's another story about Matt Barnes attacking who was it? Fisher. What was that guy's name? He played for the Lakers and stuff, and he was dating his ex-wife.
Oh, wow.
And they got into a fight like off the court.
And so that's what I'm saying. Like it's always been competitive, but the stakes are
Derek
high.
Fisher.
Like who's the guy Udoka? I remember I talked about him before.
With the Celtics.
Yeah, so he's creeping around with the teams like I don't know what they call it, Lazion or
go ahead, try it again.
Lazion. I don't know.
Try it again.
I remember.
He used to play for the Steelers. You can't take it with you, Lazion.
No, what is it? What's it called?
Liaison.
Liaison.
I didn't want to sit here and listen to him trip for 15 minutes. Lazion.
The team
sounds like
That's
a comfy
what you want to do for a living. Is
Lazion.
I just want to be lazy on the clock.
The team liaison, like he's creeping around with her, and he's got a wife at home.
Oh,
so how is she ever gonna trust that he's gonna be on his job? She had to divorce him. Like, so that type of stuff you can't go back from, and I feel like that is all in, that's in your head as you're playing as well. I just want to be a blob and watch TV.
Lazy on.
Lazy on is what he wants.
I just want to be a blob and watch TV. I put that on my resume.
On your resume? I'm a lazy on my resume.
This is I'm struggling today, guys.
I know, so am I. I don't know what's going on, but you're going to get more of the same from me and Poundcake all day today.
Yeah.
This is the first time
It's worth it though for lazy on.
Lazy on his resume.
Liaison. I was like, I know I have like the right letters. I'm just not pronouncing them correctly. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, Larsa Pippen, Michael Jordan's kid. Well, listen, what do they always say, right? That's just locker room talk. Remember when Trump was grabbing the pussy?
Yeah.
Right? A quote. They go, that's just locker room talk. Come on. That's why it's called that. There's a lot of ego and testosterone involved in professional
I
sports.
just got a message. Someone said, lazy on. That's a Pokemon if I ever heard one.
Sir, you got to catch them all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta get that lazy on.
Yeah. Can't take it with you, lazy on. But speaking of the Steelers, somebody hit knocked over an assistant coach or something on the sidelines, and both teams came out. I think the Packers were playing the Steelers the other night, or maybe it was Monday Night Football.
That was a Monday night. I think it was on Sunday.
Okay. Well, anyway, both benches cleared and everybody. And it's so wild to see when two full teams fight, because if you're the guys in the middle, it all ripples outwards. So the guys in the middle, they're in fisticuffs. They're swinging and throwing. But if you're on the outside and just coming in, you're just kind of hopping around looking for a place to get.
You're trying to act like you're doing more than you are.
Yeah, you have to jump up because it's your whole team. At some point you go, I'm going to hang back. But then you go, oh, well, everybody else is running out there, so I have to run out there too, even though I don't even know what happened. But you got to go out with your team. So then everybody's looking around, and what are you going to do when you're on that outer ring of a bench clearing brawl? Nothing. You're going to stand there.
You're like the extras in Braveheart that are just kind of like, boo, boo. Like you find somebody to act tough to, but
yeah,
you guys are just kind of, you're exchanging recipes.
There's one guy who gets to scream about freedom. Everybody else is kind of standing around.
Just kind of bumping around.
Yeah, you're just filling in on the outskirts. But he wants to be lazy on the couch. Yeah. Okay, I got to give you money. I want to. Today and tomorrow, last 2 days to win some of this cash from the Buzzard bookie. So you are down to the 11th hour, but still plenty of chances to win. So good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
I'm being reminded by a texter, Rudy Gobert was the guy who licked the microphone and then made a COVID joke. And then he got COVID. Remember when Rudy Gobert, back in the...
Because he tapped all the mics, and he was the first player to test positive, and that was a bad look, because then they had to shut down the league.
That's kind of what happened to me.
Not much later.
You licked Rudy Gobert?
No, it's Gobert. But
but you call him Gobert, so that's what I'm calling him now.
No, when swine flu was a thing, before it was COVID, it was swine flu, and I was making a joke of it. My mom sent me to school with hand sanitizer, and it was like the week before we were going to take this big trip. I say big trip, but it was really just to Columbus, but it was like a weekend trip, and I was excited to go. It was like for the FFA, and I couldn't wait to go, and I was like, ooh, hopefully I don't get swine flu so I could go on the trip. And every time someone would text me, I would put the... Every time someone would text me, I would put on the hand sanitizer. I'm like, bum's texting me. I got to wipe myself. And I was the
little Poundcake is like, it's swine flu. I got to get ham sanitizer.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And I was the first person in my school to get swine flu. And I was out for 5 days.
Were you the last?
No. But they were like, we thought you were joking. We thought you were doing a bit when you said you got swine flu. I was like, no, I was out. They're like, well, you were the only one walking around with hand sanitizer. I was like, isn't that ironic? So, God don't like ugly.
Well, anyway, I got into that whole thing because the NBA suspended Draymond Green 5 games for putting Rudy Gobert in a chokehold, but Rudy Gobert got the last word. He said, would have been a lot worse if Draymond Green knew how to choke. Because I would have, he don't know how to choke. Otherwise, I would have been out.
Game 7 of the 2016 NBA Championship says otherwise.
James Harden knows how to choke.
Team knows how to choke.
Kawhi Leonard, he knows how to choke. But not
when you got a 3-1
Draymond
lead,
Green.
You know how to choke.
Yeah.
This Rudy Gobert. Damn it, now you got me doing it again.
See?
You got me messing up. This Rudy Gobert is kind of hot. Ooh.
You just like him because now you know, because he's French.
No.
Well, that means he's uncut.
Yeah, I was going to say, that does not make me like him.
Imagine how uncut that is. It's
right.
7'2".
Yeah.
Wow. Who else is French? Victor Wembanyama,
yeah,
isn't he French?
He's French.
It's a handful of French. Tony Parker's French, right?
French.
Yeah.
There's a few other guys that were...
Batum? He's French, I think.
Batum. Who's the dude that... Yeah, those are the main ones I can think of.
Evan Fournier.
Oh, yeah.
He's from France.
French players.
You know.
Well, it's something to think about, Poundcake. You might want to try to do a 180 on the foreskin.
Well, I didn't say it's just a preference. Not to say I wouldn't, and because I've spoken into existence, the exact opposite's going to happen. Like my husband's probably going to be, uncircumcised. But for $60 million,
come on, bud, you're never getting married.
If I have a husband, he's probably going to be uncircumcised. But $60 million, I would do that. I would just put a clothespin on my nose and I would call it a day. Like
a clothespin? Where do you find a clothespin? In 2023, are there still people hanging their laundry? I mean, out in the sticks, I'm sure they are.
Yes, they do.
Also,
smells nice when you dry your clothes on the line.
It clean.
Yes.
Just because you're not circumcised doesn't mean you automatically have a stinky dingle.
His crotch doesn't have to smell like your feet.
What if it smells worse?
Then he needs to work on his hygiene.
Yes. You'll just get him by the juggler.
Juggalos be tripping, yo.
Jugglers be tripping, yo. I was reading about a guy who won. This was just in February. The guy who won the Mega Millions in Maine. He won $1.35 billion. And you can stay anonymous. If you're in a state that lets you stay anonymous, the people who you contact, like financial advisors and things like that, they say it's a really good idea to keep a massive lottery win a secret. They recommend you change your phone number, set up a P.O. box, because people are going to find out your address and they're going to be getting you're going to get bags of mail from people who want money. You know, you got to retain an attorney, all that kind of stuff. So this guy, that's why in places where they release the person's name, it takes a while because they'll set up an LLC. So this guy won in January of this year. About a month later, he's got an LLC set up. They wire transfer him $723 million. He's suing his baby mama because she told his family that he had won, and he didn't want his family to know. So now he's suing the mom of his daughter for 6 figures, which when you have $725 million, that's nothing. It's a spite lawsuit, right? Ooh, but he very specifically didn't want his family to know. He made her sign, Poundcake. What did he make her sign?
NDA.
An NDA.
She broke it. That's a breach of
She
contract.
broke it. She told his family. The NDA said that she couldn't say anything until 2032. For 9 years, he didn't want anybody to know. Now, again, I don't know how you hide this kind of money because it will change your life.
But if you cut everyone off, then it's not necessarily yes, you're hiding it, but you're not saying that you have it either. Like, if you just disappear one day, if you're everybody's connected to somebody, and you will eventually buy something that is so far outside the normal purview but they won't
of
know
somebody.
You won the lottery.
Well, how else would you have that money?
It doesn't matter if you're not.
If you buy a massive house, where did you get the money? Now they might.
You think the old-fashioned way, dealing drugs. Like, they don't know.
Dealing. Mom, Dad, I've just been a drug dealer.
Yes, I think a lot.
That's
of people
preferable to admitting you won the Mega Millions.
That's more likely than you winning the Mega Millions. I would. My first instinct, if I saw a family member of mine, I see on Facebook, I haven't talked to him in a while. All of a sudden, he's super rich on private jets, has a big house. I'm like, oh. I was like, he's a pusher man now. Like, he's dealing drugs, and he's one of the high-end drug dealers that, like, live in the nice suburbs.
Right, but overnight he became a high-end drug dealer?
No, he's probably been making that quiet cheddar for a long time, and now he's got employees.
Wow, all right.
He don't even touch it
That's
anymore.
where your brain is. Not that he bought a scratcher that paid off.
That is more likely. You're more likely to be a high-end drug dealer than you are to win the lottery. So that's where.
But a lot of people play the lottery.
Right, but the odds are.
The odds are. I'm saying there's
a formula you can use to make a lot of money if you're willing to do that with drugs.
Yeah.
The winning the lottery is just luck.
The odds of him winning the Mega Millions were 1 in 302 million.
That's what I'm talking
about.
about.
And he won.
So, yeah, and there's a code when you're, like, dealing drugs. Like, you don't talk about it. You stack the money on the low. And so there's a lot of secrecy behind it. I'm like, yeah, that would make sense. He's dealing drugs, and he has a big house.
Well, then let me ask you this. If that's where your brain goes, and you think this person has a lot of money, and you think it's ill-gotten gains. I shouldn't say ill-gotten. Selling drugs is hard work, especially to that level, right? If you've kept it quiet, kept yourself out of jail, whatever, you're making tons of money. You're going to get somebody upset. And somebody is going to accuse you of selling drugs to someone else. Now you've got law enforcement coming in, and you have to tell them, no, I won the lottery.
Yeah, but they don't have to tell the people that reported it.
No, but what I'm saying is word's going to get out.
But it really, most people mind their own business, especially if you get a big house.
Most people mind their own business? Have you walked around lately?
But what I'm saying is, when you have that type of money, you're amongst like-minded, same money people. Like, you're in a development where everyone has money. No one's surprised that you got a big house. If you cut off people that want your money,
but if you moved into a neighborhood, nobody knew who you were. You coming out of nowhere. Those kind of people hate new money.
I mean, that's the whole thing too with the lottery. Like, when people, that's a meme. Is like, I wouldn't tell anybody I won the lottery, but there'd be signs because it's like a pile of coke and a big giant house and stuff like that.
You got a helicopter in your front yard.
Naked ladies everywhere.
Because my point is, most people who win the lottery at that level, or at any level, let's say you won a couple $1 million. I mean, obviously it's extreme if you win $1 billion. Let's say just somebody who wins $20 million. Those people, they spend their money on dumb stuff. A lot of those people, because they don't know what to do with it. They're like, I've never had money before in my life. They don't think to get a financial advisor. It's why there's those TV shows about how the lottery ruined their lives. They were broke in 10 years because they go, I bought 4 helicopters and 3. Those people are not going to keep it quiet. Those people can't wait to push it and shove it in other people's faces.
See, but
this guy didn't want his own family to know.
Mine would be obvious because I would be a target. I'm like, I need security wherever I go now. I'm a big guy, like, you know. I need 6 guards, like 2 walk in front of me, 2 beside me, 2 behind me. I need like police escorts everywhere I go. They're like, oh, damn it. Cody
that won't throw up any red flags.
That's what I'm saying. Cody won the lottery. They know I'm not sophisticated.
Why is he surrounded by retired Secret Service?
I'm not smart enough to do drugs. Like
I got
Yes,
a lottery
security-
insider says that most people that win big get a blind trust. And that way nobody knows where the money goes.
Is that about where the
It's
money
not where it
goes?
goes. It's what they're spending it on.
And you go from not having money to having super nice things like a Rolls Royce. And
that dude in California, that he's just a regular walking around Big Lebowski looking dude, and he won that Powerball, right? So now he's got $1 billion. This dude's buying like $40 million houses within LA County. He bought like 4 or 5 $30 million houses, like 5 minutes from each other in LA.
You want to have the set.
He has tons of, and so you're not going to be able to keep that under wraps. You're going to have to get somebody to watch every one of those houses.
You need a manager. You need like an estate lawyer. You need all that stuff because to me, it would just, I would have a target on my back now. So I don't even know if I would trust a lawyer because
that's a good way to go. Just don't trust anybody.
Well, they're banking on the fact that you're ignorant. Like you don't know what you're signing. You can read it.
There's people that are trustworthy.
There's a lot of people that are not trustworthy when it comes to $1 billion.
Right, but there are people that are.
But it's very few people that wouldn't cheat someone for $1 billion.
Well, that's why you have checks and balances where you don't hire one person, you hire other people that keep them in line.
And on your checks, make sure that you get balloons and clowns on your checks, paper checks, so nobody would think twice.
I want my own currency. Like I want, you know how they have like
you want Cody bucks.
Exactly, my face on them.
And you have a gift shop in your house, and that's the only place that they're good.
Like, all right,
it's all Poundcake merch. Like it's fine china with his face on it, so you can eat right on his face.
Cody, hey, here's some Cody currency, like
some
Cody coins.
Cody coins. There you go. I'm going to take a break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192. To do that, AlanCoxShow.com to watch, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Charlie doesn't wash his hands after using the bathroom. What about your girlfriend? Does she wash her hands after
she only pees twice, 2 to 3 times a day. She doesn't consume enough water. Is it like dark yellow?
Oh, dark, dude, or orange sap.
Oh, that's not good.
Maple syrup.
You smell that like throughout the whole house when she pees?
Yeah. Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Hey, this is Lincoln Kennedy, 3-time Pro Bowler. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
We'll begin with football, and the NFL's 11th week will kick off tonight on Thursday Night Football. Ravens hosting the Bengals in a meeting of AFC North rivals. Browns quarterback Dorian Thompson-Robinson told the Plain Dealer he'll be better prepared to start against Pittsburgh this week than in his debut against Baltimore. And Channel 3 Sports Director Jim Donovan returns to the airwaves on Monday after completing treatment for a relapse of leukemia. I'm Scott Davidson.
The Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration is here with incredible offers on exceptional vehicles you're bound to love, like the EQB C-Class or the EQE SUV. Find an exclusive offer on a vehicle you'll adore now through January 2nd. Learn more at MBUSA.com/special offers.
Check out the all-new Mazda of Kent, MazdaKent.com.
In this week's Marketers Report,
the tradition of Thanksgiving Eve. Our beer hall-style seating accommodates up to 12 people, making it the perfect place to celebrate. The house fills up fast, so reserve a spot online at HuffBrauhausCleveland.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Idiot. Stupid moron.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send me a text? You can watch live if you like at AlanCoxShow.com. We're playing a lot more stuff like this on Saturday night. We do a metal show here on The Buzzard. Me along with Corey Roddick and Pat Butler, the triumvirate of heavy metal here at The Buzzard. We do a show called 2 Hours to Midnight. And as the name implies, it starts at 10 o'clock. And we play the full spectrum of metal. We play brand new stuff. We go way back. I dug up a song from 1983 from a power metal band from Wichita called Manila Road. And it's going to blow your mind. That'll be part of the show on Saturday night. We take your requests. We play local music. There's a band called Dead Cassette from Northeast Ohio that just dropped some new music, so we'll play that on Saturday night. So if you're around and you love metal, you should join us because it's a lot of fun. We'll kind of be spotty over the holidays, but Saturday night will be the next episode, 2 hours to midnight here on The Buzzard. Now, the song that I will not be playing Saturday night is the new DJ Jake C composition.
Oh,
that he
produced
for us.
Make me sweat, make me harder. Make me sweat, make me harder. Make me lose my breath, make me water.
We were talking yesterday about and this artist named Tyla, and Poundcake goes, "Ooh, I really like that song from Tyla. It's called Water."
Can I hear the original?
Yeah, and he launches right into it, and
Hey, sorry, I'm make me harder. Make me lose my breath, make me water. Normally, I could keep my breath, make me water. Make me sweat, make me harder. Make me lose my breath, make me water.
Okay, you got her, man. Yours is better.
Make me sweat, make me harder.
Oh yeah, fauches.
Make me water.
It's pretty good.
Oh yeah, fauches.
So a banger from DJ Jake C. I just saw him on Sunday. He was out at the Cox Out pregame. We were chopping it up for a minute. So, again, some of those things I put together, but when DJ Jake C. and Poundcake team up, whether wittingly or unwittingly, it's a banger.
Is Kiss going to put that in rotation?
Make me water. Normally, make me sweat, make me harder. Make me sweat, make me harder. Make me lose my breath, make me water.
That Tyla's hot, though, boy.
Very.
She's from South Africa. I don't know how long she's been banging around over outside Joburg, but, man, she's a cutie. So thank you, Jake. That's a good... that
was great.
That is a great addition to the Poundcake musical oeuvre, if you will. Out of it. And DJ Jake C. has produced a number of songs for us. The Duke of Worcestershire is another DJ Jake C.
Nothing can stop the Duke of
Worcestershire.
And you are my girl, and no one can hurt you. Oh no, yes
Hey, I found this guy. He's like the Duke of Ayrshire or something. The what?
Yeah, the Duke of Ayrshire.
Were you drunk that day? What is going on?
I don't even remember I have to have context of this because I don't even remember this conversation. I don't know when I met the Duke of Ayrshire. I really don't.
I don't either. I just know it made a good song.
Yeah, I don't remember this. Did I meet a count or something? Did I meet a really rich guy? I don't remember. So probably. Don't worry. Be happy.
There you go.
Every little thing. Every little is gonna be alright.
Oh, boy.
Just remember, I own my name, my likeness, my copyright, and my masters. You owe me 40 cents every time you play this.
I'll give you 40 cents. I don't carry cash, though. Can I Venmo you?
Yeah.
What's the least you can Venmo somebody?
Just make sure you round down.
I will, to zero. I'm going to round down to zero. How's that?
He's rounding down.
I'm
You
rounding
don't
down.
want that 40 cents.
This isn't a tip.
I'm rounding down.
Round it down.
I'm rounding down from 40 to zero. Is that
Only
okay?
round down on tips.
Yeah.
There's a difference.
Only on tips.
Yeah, by a couple cents. Like, again, I'm not rounding down dollars, but I'm rounding down cents.
If your bill was $41.32, what would you tip them?
$42. Okay, so I tipped him probably like $8. And then, $8. And then they get the 32 cents because that's a part of the bill. But
he's saying like when it's a suggested gratuity,
when they do the suggested,
it rounds down.
Yeah, if it's like the suggested tip is $8.33.
I'm like, no,
he tips him $8.
$8 is what they're getting.
You're getting the $8. I'm not going to go to 9 for 32 cents. Why would I do that?
Yeah.
And what you guys say, oh, well, you don't need the 32 cents. They don't need it either. If it's so insignificant, then why do they need it? You get the
No one said it was insignificant. You made it insignificant so that you can keep it.
But you guys said it was insignificant. What are you going to do with 32 cents? What are they going to do with 32 cents?
It adds up.
Every little bit helps, man, if you are working for tips. Every little bit helps. So you've never worked for tips. I have. I think Bill has. You ever worked for tips?
No, my whole life is working for tips.
Yeah!
He has a hat laid down. Want to hear a joke?
Every day I'm hustling.
No, I worked for tips. I was a pizza delivery driver.
There you go.
And I trained one day to be a server at Bob Evans, but then I quit.
Down on the farm.
I was dishwasher, and I was going to try and make the jump to the front of house, and then I didn't quit. I got fired.
Is that the normal trajectory as you start off? It's like the William Morris mailroom. You start washing dishes, and then you work your way to the front of the house?
Well, usually people
Or
that
can you just
would
go
start on
in-
the dish tank would work up to being a line cook.
Okay.
That's more the way things go.
It's
But
usually
I
it's the
was
people
more
who
interested in
have-
working as a server because servers made more money.
Yeah, it's usually the people who already have serving experience who will come in. And Travis said about the lottery, I don't need all that money. A handful of my friends would be taken care of. I might give you and Bill some money. Cody's not getting any because he doesn't tip.
I don't want none of your money.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
You want anybody's money.
Why wouldn't you? If a listener said, you know what, I just won the lottery.
If someone wanted to give
and
you
I
some
wanted
money.
to show my appreciation for the years of quote-unquote entertainment that the show has given us, and I'd like to give you and Bill and Mary $1 million each, and I'd like to give Poundcake $500,000, you wouldn't say no.
No, I
because
wouldn't.
it's $500,000 you didn't have before.
I wouldn't say no, but I wouldn't expect it. People could do whatever they
Well,
want.
this isn't about expecting.
Well, but what I'm
This
saying
is
is
also
I don't
a
wanna,
ridiculous scenario.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous scenario, but I wouldn't want to feel like I have to give people money when I get money. So I wouldn't expect them to give me anything, or I wouldn't beg, or like I'm not one of those people.
No one's begging, and no one's expecting you to give anybody money. This is just a listener that said they would offer money to you, well, to us, but not to you because you don't tip.
Well, Poundcake's worried,
screw him.
but he's worried that he would be on the hook down the line.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because then I got money, and people would be like, "Oh, well, you're not gonna.
You are not a generous person.
You're not gonna pay my phone bill. You're not gonna pay my rent." I'm like, "No." They're like, "Well, you didn't do anything to get that money. Someone gave you that money because he wanted to bless me. He wanted me to have it.
He wanted to bless me.
If the blessing was for you, it
yes.
meant for you.
You know how blessings come in the form of monetary gain?
They use people. God uses people to deliver His message.
Yeah, that's his lazy-ons.
His lazy-ons.
His celestial lazy-ons.
Yeah, he's his lazy-ons to deliver his message.
I do subscribe to that, though, to some degree, Cody. I am one of those neither a borrower nor a lender be types.
Good.
It's not so much for the transactional part of it, but it's like I despise being in someone's debt. And so I don't lend things to people. I consider myself a generous person. Maybe I'm not. I don't know. But I don't like the lending and borrowing thing. I'm not talking about, my neighbor's weed whacker or something like that.
Well, I grew up in a family where I didn't like that aspect of it. Like my extended family, whenever there was a funeral or something like that, no one had any money. It was always my mom and my aunt taking care of it.
Yeah, they had to all kick in.
It was the burden. And then on top of that, they didn't chip in for the funeral, and then they want to ask for like a couple bucks. No one, because we wanted to lay our family member to rest or whatever, they're like, oh, well, they didn't ask us for money, so therefore they must have a little extra. And so I never liked, that leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I'm like, there's a level of taking advantage. I mean, there's a fine line between, asking because, you really need help and taking advantage. And it's a very fine line. And I never liked that. I never wanted to do that. I'd much rather go without than to ask for money. I would go over to my aunt's house for any holiday, she would like slide money into my pocket. I'm like, I'm not like 12. Like, she gonna give me like an odd number. She gonna give me like $16. I'm like, why are you giving me 16?
Like, what a weird amount.
You give me 10, a 5, and a 1. I'm like, why are you pulling out a 1?
We got one each.
I'm like, what am I gonna get? Like a Big Mac meal? But
you get a Chipotle.
She know I won't ask for it, but I never liked that dynamic. I don't like asking people for money. I don't like being in debt to people.
No.
Wendy's, you can get one of them nacho cheeseburgers.
Anytime? Breakfast hours?
Not during breakfast hours.
No. And then family members dodge you. Like, when you owe them money, they're like, I'll pay.
You mean when they owe you money?
Yeah, like when they owe you money, like you're my number one priority. Like, thank you for helping me with my rent this month. And then you don't see them for years until someone else dies. And they're like, you know what? I ain't got it.
It's like in
creates a wedge in the
Bronx Tale when the guy owes him $20 and he keeps dodging him.
Yeah.
And he's like, hey, do you really need the $20? He's like, no. He's like, is it worth not seeing that guy again? So think of it that way. You spent $20 to never have to deal with that guy again.
But honestly, I mean, if my family, I don't believe in lending family members money. Like, I don't believe in loans when you're family. If I have it, I will give it, no doubt. And my brother knows this. Like, if he ever needs money, if I have it to give, I will give it. I don't want him to think of me as like, oh, here comes, the bank. Here comes the loan shark. I'm rolling up pimp on him because, I don't have it. He don't have my money.
Rolling up pimp.
Roll the window down. Like, you got my money. I never wanted that. I don't like that dynamic. So if I have it, here, take it. You don't have to worry about paying me back. If I don't have it, I'm like, bruh, I can't do it. I can't help you. And it's the same with me. He doesn't expect me to pay.
Would you
back.
consider us family? Can you lend me $200
no,
right now?
I'm not giving you nothing. I ain't got it. In fact, let me sleep in your kitchen.
In your kitchen. Let me sleep in your kitchen. I do have a guest room. I mean, let me sleep in your kitchen.
Kitchen.
I just remember having to borrow money from my parents a long time ago. I was just dead broke, and like my car was going to get repossessed, the whole thing. I borrowed some money from my parents. I starved to death almost to pay them back. I didn't want, and they didn't want it. They were very clear they didn't want it. I go, I cannot do. I'm a grown ass man, but I'm just not making any money yet. But I'm like, I cannot have this hanging over my head. I just can't. And yeah, it's just, and some people don't care. Some people are like, whatever, like Poundcake's talking about.
Well, because I know what it's like to be broke. And I know, like,
sure.
Some people, like my brother, he has a fiance, he has her kids, and then he has a kid of his own. So me going without something is not as big of a deal as him going out without something. And again, he doesn't really ask me for money. This was like a long time ago. But I know he wouldn't ask me if he didn't need it. And I have different circumstances than him. Like, if I go without, I'm close to work. I can ride with Bill. I can Uber. It's not.
Yeah, you just have yourself to be responsible
just myself to
for.
worry about. So it's a very different dynamic. With him, I'm like, he got hella bills, hella mouths to feed.
Hella bills and hella mouths to feed.
So my money goes further because I'm one person. His money, if I get like $200 for me, I'm like, oh my God, I can eat, I got food for the next 2 weeks. Him, $200, that's like, maybe one or two. I
guess. I mean, that's voluntarily mouths to feed, by the way, too. Mouths to feed don't just pop up.
Sometimes
you ain't got no money.
But like,
have fewer mouths to feed.
But that's not the thing, though, because sometimes especially in my brother's circumstances, he was working, making great money, and then he got into an accident by no fault of his own.
I understand.
So people fall on hard times. People get laid off. People get disability. People, have different medical issues.
I understand.
So stuff happens all the time.
But there's also a lot of people who never have money. Never had money, never gonna have money.
Those are the best ones.
And they keep cranking out kids, man. I'm like, bro, God bless you if you want these little blessings running around screaming in your face. But
I used to love that. My friends who were on food stamps are like, can I give you $50 for $100 worth of food stamps? Like, you got to hook up. Like, how do you get $1,500 in food stamps? Like, you don't need that.
Yeah.
Help a brother out.
Pass some of that wick my way.
Pimp. Well, how did you say the pimping thing?
Pull up pimp.
Pull up pimp.
You gotta pull up pimp on somebody.
Roll up pimp.
Roll up pimp.
Yeah.
You gonna go to that Drake show, Cody?
If I go for free.
They announced the Drake show in Cleveland. The Romo Fijo. Drake and J. Cole.
I only know one song by
February 24th.
I only know one song by J. Cole and then Drake. I know a lot of his songs, but I'm not an avid enough fan to go there.
Spend money on it.
Yeah, there's very few artists. Like a Shawn Mendes show I would go to. I might go to AJR because they're just on the come up and their tickets are reasonably priced. And I know one song by them.
AJR's been around for like 10 years.
Yeah, they have.
But they only have like one big hit.
Well, AJR is one of those bands that's never top of mind. But like when my older daughter was younger, like 5-6 years ago, she was crazy for AJR. They're just kind of like this pop trio, but they play they play arenas. Like it's not my vibe.
They got the same situation as like the 1975. I think that's like a very similar type of band.
Or like Modest Mouse for a while.
Yeah.
There's these bands where you never think of them, but when they tour, they pack the house, boy.
They're like
Modest Mouse. They had their time, and now I feel like they're like an opener again.
Yep.
For me to go to a concert and be like really invested in the artist. It has to be an artist I know more than one song.
What did you just say you were going to go to, though? And I was surprised. We were just talking yesterday. He's going to go to some show. He's going to buy tickets.
Kathy Griffin.
Oh, Kathy Griffin. No, that's right.
I have to support the artist as a person and as an artist. The tickets have to be reasonably priced.
Well, that's not true anywhere anymore. There's no such thing as reasonably priced tickets.
There are.
I mean, you see, like, prices as low as $70.
That all plays
I mean, that's 2023 prices.
But that plays into...
There ain't no more $10 tickets.
That plays into the hype of the artist, though. Like, I imagine AJR would... If they're going to go to Romo Fijo, God bless them, but I have only heard of them... again, I only know one song by them. I don't know if they're going to sell that out. So, therefore, the ticket prices are not going to be $100 per ticket.
No, I don't think they'll sell it out. But, I mean, still, I think that's probably kind of a canary in the coal mine, too, for a band like that. They go, let's see how many arenas we can do.
Well, and also, they'll seed it for what they can sell. So, they'll seed it for like 10,000.
It'll look sold out.
Yeah. Like, when Troye Sivan goes on tour, I know you guys probably don't know who that is, but...
yeah, I know. Timothy Chalamet was just parodying him on SNL.
And it's so true, because he's been gay famous for a really long time, and then now he's coming mainstream. I'm like, okay, I probably will go see him on tour. But
on the gay famous tour? Is that what it's called?
It's probably going to be like the Rush tour or whatever it was.
Hey, look, Mom, gay famous.
You fairy.
He came up with the Poppers national anthem, so now I'm probably going to go.
Did he roll up pimp?
He's got to be with all the gays. I guarantee you, there's certain shows that all the gays go to. Like when I the last gay show was Celine Dion, and then before that, it was Ariana Grande. Every gay in town went to those two shows. Now it's going to be Troye Sivan when he comes to Cleveland. If he comes, believe me.
It is interesting, though, to see people who are massive on social media and the difficulty there can be in translating engagement into sales. Because Troye Sivan has like 15 million followers on social media. But then a lot of these people will go on the road and they'll go, just not selling tickets. Because it's fun to dick around with them on your phone. But there's a lot of difference between that.
That's a difficult thing.
That's why he needed to make a song about poppers. And now everyone's like, yeah, we're going to do poppers before we go to a show or at a show. I don't know. Do you get poppers through the little... Does that count as bringing like a drug into?
I would not probably take poppers into the show.
Sorry,
well, they're not going to know what it is.
It's my nail polish remover.
Yeah,
what do you
right.
mean, sir?
Yeah, they could. For all they know, the person wanding you, they could think that it was anthrax or something, which isn't even a liquid.
Everyone that practices sodomy from the day of this message will get cancer in the butthole. It'll burn and burn and burn.
I got a break. I'll have another $1,000 for you today and tomorrow, your last couple of days, to get these keywords. So $1,000 at 3:30, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. If you want those Dirty Honey tickets, that's a good band. They're going to do the House of Blues after the first of the year. We'll have those for you after the break.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio. From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Partly sunny skies for your Thursday with highs well into the 60s. Increasing clouds tonight with overnight lows in the 50s. For your Friday, windy with rain showers likely. Highs in the mid to upper 50s.
This report is sponsored by Summa Health System.
Candace had weight loss surgery at Summa Health. 3 months later, she was invited to a wedding. Nobody recognized her. That felt amazing. Summa Health, vital for losing weight and regaining your health. Vital for life. Visit summahealth.org/weight loss.
Hey there, it's Alan for Window Nation. So as the weather gets weirder and weirder, you might be thinking it's time to replace the windows in your home. It is amazing how many people will move into a home that has recently been flipped. This exact thing happened to my mother-in-law years ago. A brand new flipped home. They didn't do anything with the windows. So you have those old windows in that home. Now, that might not be your situation. You might just want kind of a new vibe for the house. And brand new windows can do it. And with Window Nation, you'll save a ton of money on them in the process. They'll give you 2 free windows for every 2 you buy. There's no limit on that. And better than that, you'll pay no interest at all for 5 years. Now, they're only doing it this month. And as I mentioned earlier, there are 2 weeks left in this month. So brand new windows could be yours, and a great deal from Window Nation. Start at windownation.com. You can easily get an in-home consultation. Their installers are fantastic. Their average installer has about a decade and a half of experience. They're made here in Northeast Ohio. They just look great. And if you want to call
over the country.
Free podcasts.
Free playlists.
Free contests. Free artist radio stations.
Commercial-free stations.
It's free. I love iHeartRadio. Join the millions of music, radio, and podcast fans on the #1 streaming radio app now.
iHeartRadio.
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 Free never sounded so good.
It's time to give stuff away. Oh, it's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Dirty Honey, who are back on the road and coming to Cleveland in a couple of weeks. Dirty Honey are on their Can't Find the Brakes tour with special guest Austin Meade. It's going to happen Saturday, December the 9th. It's a few Saturdays away. I'm going to get you tickets for the show, and I'm going to put you at the pre-show sound check party, too. Dirty Honey, December the 9th, right around the corner here at the House of Blues. Tickets are on sale if you go to Ticketmaster.com. I'll give you this pair if you are caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show. Podcast anytime on our iHeartRadio app.
Ooh, what's a podcast?
Like a TV show, but without the pictures.
Baby, that's called radio. What you're describing is radio.
And live on the radio weekday afternoons. 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, boy. Another $1,000 is about 6 or 7 minutes away. Last couple of days, today and tomorrow, for you to get $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. So listen for each and every one of those. Cavaliers win last night, West Coast. That was a late game, but a 109-95 is the final against the Trailblazers. They're in Portland. They're off tonight and coming back home to tip off tomorrow at the Romo Fijo against the Detroit Pistons. 7:30 is going to be that tip. Somebody left me a message. How could you forget about Detroiters when you were talking about sitcom theme songs with the name of the city in it?
Oh, that's a very good point.
Detroiters, not a well-known sitcom, but one that is very close to our heart here on this program.
Love it.
It was I Think You Should Leave, Tim.
Yeah.
And
post SNL, I think you should leave.
Mm-hmm. No, that's Tune Yards. What's the Detroiters theme? Tell them you're from Detroit. It's right in there.
Get back on your feet. Oh.
That ain't it. Where's the Detroiters theme song? Theme song for Comedy Central's Detroiters. It was only on a couple of seasons.
Sally Pomeranz. Seen that one. 3, 1. Where do they make their cars, Sam?
No, that was the one. It takes a while to get there.
All right.
The one that you had.
And really, nobody's going to care now.
I know.
We just love that show so much.
It's so funny.
It's, I think, still on comes.
No, this still isn't. Oh, there it is.
Next time when they ask you where you're from, you gonna say Detroit City when we get you back on the feet.
All right, Detroit City. Yeah. Right. Poundcake needs a show like Rock of Love. Listen, I pitched this years ago. I pitched to management. I pitched the Bilchler.
Right.
Bill's a single guy. I said, I want to do the Bilchler. And that's a thing that requires a lot of sales components to make it worth everyone's while. Not ours. We wouldn't get paid for,
No.
But that didn't work out. And then I was like, well, what about like Pound of Love or something along those lines? And that didn't work out either. So those ideas are always out there in the ether. It's just hard to quote Poundcake, it's hard to bring them to fruition.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes.
Yeah, not enough lazy-ons to make it happen.
We need more lazy-ons.
I am prepared to be single the rest of my life. Just the...
Well, when you refer to your future husband, it doesn't sound like it.
Well, I say that for the show. Like, I like the idea of having a husband, but I don't know how realistic that is, especially when I'm on Facebook dating. And I'm not even joking, every guy that I've spoken to will talk for a little bit, and then they're like, oh, sweet, so what's your Snapchat? I'm like, how old are we? I don't want to do, I have TikTok that I don't even use. Like, I'm not downloading another app to talk to a dude that's going to end up ghosting me anyways. Like, I don't want to talk on Snapchat.
Well, how old are they? I didn't even know Snapchat was still a thing.
It is very much a thing, and and it's not just like a
Tell
young
them you're
thing
on
either.
Kick. You go, I'm not on Snapchat. I'm on Kick.
It's not even just like a young thing either. These are like 30, like maybe one or two of them were like in their 20s, but these are like 30 plus men talking about, oh, message me on Snapchat. I'm like, either you just want to talk on Snapchat or you just want nudes. Either way. Like,
they want to send you nudes?
That's what I mean, though.
Send me nudes on Instagram.
They want to send it on Snapchat.
You can send it on vanish mode.
They like sending
just
it on Snapchat.
You can send nudes on vanish mode, people. Or you can make the picture disappear. Like, there's ways to send nudes if nudes is what you want to send. But I'm not
What? You can send nudes on vanish mode in Instagram? I don't believe you. Ladies, I don't believe it.
Let's put this to the test.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
What's your handle on Instagram, Bill?
At Bill Squire.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah, I didn't even know that was a thing because it surprised me. Someone sent me a surprise nude, which are my favorite. I'm just going about my day, and I said I had a message request, and I'm like, oh, every time I see a message request, I'm like, it's always sketchy. So it was like, I opened the message, and it was a full body, like it was a full body nude, not just a D, a full body. I was like, oh my god! And so by the time I looked at it, I looked at it for a second, didn't realize what it was. And then when I realized, I clicked off and it disappeared. I was like, wait, no, I want to see it. Like, I was like, I want to see it again. Because he sent face, he sent everything. It was a full body mirror nude. I was like, that's the rarest of all rare. He didn't even care that I saw like who he was. Usually
was it a customer or just a rando?
I think it was someone who followed me, I think. But like, I can't go back to the nude to like see it. And his picture, I don't follow him back. That's why it was in like a message request. So he has a private Instagram. And I'm like, I'm not going to request to follow him to see what he looks like. And then be like.
And so he was hoping that you would be like, look at it and go, hey, let's talk some more. Let's meet up.
I think I double tapped it to show that I liked it because I knew it was a nude. But like he put it on a timer, or like when you click off of it, it disappears and you can't open it again.
It sounds like so much work.
I mean, it wasn't that much work. There's settings on there to where when you send something, you can look at it once for a couple seconds and it disappears. So it's essentially
like Mission Impossible.
It's just like Snapchat, but on Instagram.
Message will self-destruct.
And so I was like, oh, a full body nude, and then click, gone. I'm like, damn it.
Full body meaning neck down?
No, he was in the mirror, face. Like that's what I'm saying.
Full length mirror.
Yes, full length mirror. Nude selfie.
Yeah.
Dong and everything. Sometimes I get like torso down. Sometimes I just get dong. This one was a full body. I was like,
do they fluff for that or au naturel?
I don't know what they do.
But I mean, are they popped off or are they? Okay, he's just hanging there.
He was chubbed.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, it's like I'm no stranger to getting like nudes, but like sometimes it's just one member. He took the time. He was like, this is a good D-Day. He was like, I'm slim. He was like, I'm somewhat fit. And I feel confident. I'm going to take a nude and send it to Poundcake, which I appreciate. So I didn't follow.
It's nice that you're top of mind for people when they're having a good boner day.
Yeah. And then boner. And then he in his bio said, in God we trust. I was like,
God.
I was like, yes.
In God we trust.
We love a picture with your family, and in God we trust in the bio, and then a nude picture.
Let me give you some more money. It's $1,000 today and tomorrow. Last 2 days to grab a grand from the Buzzard Bookie. I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Deposit. That's deposit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
You know what else is muscular and handsome, Poundcake?
Who?
Downtown Cleveland.
I thought you were just saying it was missing some in comparison to Cincinnati.
Well, this isn't me. This is the Financial Times.
He's reporting.
This is a magazine. This is a publication of repute. Financial Times, they did their second annual Investing in America list. The Financial Times doing something in conjunction with the Nikkei, which is the Japanese stock market. And they were giving...
pronounced Nike.
Nike. the Air Jordan investing list. And they were ranking American cities for foreign companies to invest in. Here are the best American cities to invest in. Now, we are number 18.
That's
quite
still
frankly,
pretty good.
I mean, when there's a list of cities to invest in with foreign investors, they're not looking past 5 or 6. I mean, there's 5 or 6 big American cities that a foreign multinational corporation would go, I'm going to invest in there. It's nice to be invited and included, but they're not going down to number 18. But the Financial Times called Cleveland, the downtown is muscular and handsome. Ooh, man, who wrote this column? And they talked to a number of people around here, and they said,
yeah, right. Did Cleveland's mom write this?
He's a good boy.
He's very muscular. He's very handsome. I don't know why he's single.
He just hasn't met the right girl yet. But we see him he just gets more lovely every year. More muscular and handsome. Cleveland is described by the Financial Times as the perfect porridge of a city. That's how you know they're talking to
what about bears?
Foreign investor. Cleveland is small enough that you can get your arms around it, but big enough to matter, is what it says.
That's how I feel about my own body.
Small enough that you can get your arms around it, but big enough to matter. The Bill Squire story.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So take that, Frank Jackson, with all your butthole comments. Yeah. Right. That's
Cleveland is perceived to be the butthole of the world sometime, right?
That's muscular and handsome butthole to you, according to the Financial Times. The city's downtown is muscular and handsome, as upper Midwestern cities often are. They couldn't even give us that. They were basically like, here's a couple of adjectives, but, you know, that's what Midwestern cities are. Locals know the irresistible charms of the city's skyline, is what it says. Again,
Poundcake's favorite skyline of all skylines.
It's getting better. We're going to go from our 4 buildings to our 5 buildings.
Sherwin-Williams.
I'm looking forward to seeing a better skyline. It just makes you feel proud of where you come from. It gives you pride in your city when you're driving.
I get that.
It does. When you're driving up the highway and the skyscrapers light up the night, like that means
Shouldn't
something.
The overall financial health of where you are give you some pride?
No.
No. Okay.
No, he's about superficial things, man.
The height and the layout of the buildings.
You want to see the cool little towers. You want to see the
What
cool
about
buildings.
the net worth of the city, huh? What about that?
What is Cleveland's net worth? Are we in negative
Don't worry
net worth?
about it. Don't worry about it.
It's muscular and handsome. That's all you got to know.
It does something to you when you, like when I was on the Indiana Skyway or whatever it was, Chicago Skyway, whatever it is, driving into Chicago, and you see like almost like Emerald City light up when you see like the Chicago skyline at night. It's gorgeous. Cleveland doesn't have that.
But you had never been there before. That was the first time you went?
Yeah, that was the first time I went.
Yeah, so that's going to be fun.
But I think it was...
That would have, any city would have had that same effect on you.
Yeah, but there's difference between driving past Chicago versus Cleveland or Indianapolis.
What I'm saying, though, is when you get on the Skyway, downtown, the Chicago skyline is so far away, you can just see flickering.
Beautiful.
I agree, but you can just see flickering lights.
But I've seen
it might as well be the Cleveland skyline when you're that far away.
But I've seen different skylines. I've seen the San Diego skyline. It's not that great. I mean, Columbus ain't that great. And then Portland skyline. There's not that great.
Columbus is getting bigger, though.
It's getting bigger, but it's not as majestic as Chicago.
Yeah, Columbus is like
Chicago's one of the top cities in America. It's
in the world. Thank you very much. No, listen.
In Illinois.
Columbus looks like a city. Columbus looks like a mall that's trying to be a city. It's just kind of laid out in I don't know. They're doing a ton of construction there. I mean, they're really trying to blow that place up.
I can say it does something to you when you see a pretty skyline. It makes you take pride, like, oh, I want to be here. I want to be amongst this. It makes you feel like you're a part of something.
How many more tall buildings does Cleveland need to engender that feeling in you?
Well, I think because if I'm taking a wide shot, you want even, so at least 10.
Oh, even number or symmetry in the skyline?
You need an even number.
An even number?
Yeah, so like 10 big
so
buildings.
so as far as you're concerned, we got a long way to go.
Yeah, you got a long way to go.
Huh.
And then Terminal Tower is set up nice because it's kind of like in the middle. So actually, I like the way it is. It's, and it turns different colors so then it can reflect off the other, glass buildings.
I think they should change the name of that Terminal Tower. There's a subliminal negativity to that word, Terminal Tower. I mean, even if it's referring to something else, it just...
No, I like it.
Remission Tower.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. Faux shiz.
But yeah, 5 on each side. And then Terminal Tower in the middle. And give us a nice look. Think about all the calendars and all the, backdrops that it'll have, in people's living rooms where they have,
Yeah, but most of the people buying those are people who already live here. So it's not like they're sending them out as part of, Destination Cleveland or the tourism board or something.
But there's people who leave here and go somewhere else, and they want to have a Skyline painting in their living room.
I see.
So they will be all over the place.
So it's that simple for you, is that Skyline is what engenders that pride.
You need big buildings.
All right.
What if they're empty? Who cares if they're big if they're empty?
Yeah, if they're
Most
empty.
of them are probably empty now. Who cares?
That's the point. Yeah, I mean,
what are you going to do, tear them down?
No, but it does circle back to the pride part. If you're feeling pride because the
turn it into a condo that has crazy rent.
And then sexy bathrooms.
Yeah, and then people will...
You're right next door.
Right.
Sexy bathrooms.
Get them sexy bathrooms.
Yep. Well, all right. But you've never been to Seattle, have you?
No.
Yeah, Seattle's got a pretty good skyline. I mean, that Needle does a lot of the heavy lifting. But anywhere where there's city and mountains, it really...
Denver had a pretty skyline.
Yeah. It really can help. But again, the topography helps. Midwest, it's all flat. So you have to rely on the skyline if that's important to you. If you're in a city that's surrounded by mountains.
Toronto skyline was gorgeous. Also, I will say Indianapolis too. As much as I hate Indiana, Indianapolis had a pretty nice skyline, but Toronto was beautiful, and they also have the little Needle.
Well, again, the CN Tower, yeah, but it is. You're right. It's all along the lake there, and it's great. If you listen on iHeartRadio, if you do it from out of state or wherever, you can always leave us messages there.
All right, fellas. You guys are talking about these time travelers, and Bill said something about they spoke way different back then. English sounded different back then. I think Bill's a time traveler. That's what's going on here. No doubt about it. Love you. Bye.
That's an odd take. Is there anything you want to tell us?
No comment.
That's what he took from that was Bill must be the time traveler.
I am not traveling through time. Well, I'm traveling through time the same way you guys are.
Into the future.
I mean, if you really think about it, we're all time travelers because we're all traveling through time.
Yes.
So that's my answer. That's not an answer.
Right now has already passed.
Right.
I do have some breaking news, however, if you want it.
Exclusive news update.
I did get a message from Josh who says that the suck trucks are being deployed out there in Amherst, Ohio.
Woo-hoo!
So congratulations to the fine people of Amherst, Ohio. Those
Get ready for them suck trucks.
leaf suck trucks are out there.
Suck trucks
sucking up
not
leaves.
Doing their job.
Mm-hmm.
Sucking them leaves.
Poundcake probably has a sound effect for that. Yeah, there it is.
Is that not a good one?
Yeah, that took care of it. I feel like I'm really there. I feel like I'm walking
we're on the suck truck. Like we're operating the suck truck.
That's right. We are taking an active part in getting them leaves up.
Mm-hmm.
I got Cavs tickets for you as promised. LeBron and the Lakers are going to be in town next Saturday after Thanksgiving. So I'll have 2 tickets for you on the way back. 35192 and a text for anything else.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
and finishes, so you can get exactly what you want and you don't have to wait. Plus, right now, you can get a new bath installed in as little as 1 day for just $99 a month. Call 216-220-8399. 216-220-8399. The Bath Authority, 216-220-8399.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see the Cavs. LeBron is back in town a week from Saturday. Cavs Lakers at the Romo Fijo. And you can be there. Saturday, November 25th. Cavs.com, obviously, will have all the other info, details you need. This last pair of tickets this week for you, Cavs Lakers, the 25th, next Saturday. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Pro tip, if a cop pulls you over and they hear you listening to this, they're probably just going to let you go. Because, you know, they figured you suffered enough.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Did you know the Black Keys were from Akron, Ohio?
I've heard a rumor.
They're part of our 2024 Alter Ego Festival, by the way, which is happening mid-January out in California. And I got another trip for you today at 5 o'clock. Today and tomorrow, I think the last two trips that I'll be giving away. It's 30 Seconds to Mars. It's the 1975 Bush, Sum 41 Paramore. It's a great lineup. And there's a trip for you and a pal. So 5 o'clock, I'll have that next keyword for you. Akron actually a part of Jeopardy last night. It's Celebrity Jeopardy. And last night, are you watching any of this?
No.
I don't know if people care about Jeopardy. I watch Jeopardy pretty regularly. I kind of fell off over the last couple of weeks, but Gwen was watching
a lot of TV when I get off work. I'll catch up on some sports stuff that I like to watch, but then I usually have either I got my podcast or my weekly shows that I run, so I don't watch a lot of TV right after work.
Yeah, I didn't realize that it was Celebrity Jeopardy, and they're pretty far into it. But last night it was Rachel Dratch from Saturday Night Live.
Love her.
Macaulay Culkin and Becky Lynch. You know who Becky Lynch is?
Yeah.
Irish, super hot. She's like the highest paid female WWE. She flopped hard. Like somebody said she set a record. She was the first person ever in Jeopardy to give 0 correct responses in the first 2 rounds. I mean, she's fun to look at.
She's a wrestler. She's not a genius.
Rachel Dratch. Well, didn't make her a dummy, though, either. I mean,
but she's got other things. Did they ask her any wrestling questions?
I didn't see that. I got in there for Double Jeopardy. Rachel Dratch ended up winning, but Macaulay Culkin got one of the daily doubles here.
Here's your clue in U.S. world capitals. This Ohio city is the rubber capital of the world and the hometown of NBA icon LeBron James.
What is Akron?
He's from Akron, yes. You had
Akron, Ohio. Now, granted, I think they were really giving them some softballs there on Celebrity Jeopardy, so...
Becky Lynch still didn't answer
Didn't
the
get
questions.
it, no. She's doing fine. I guess I didn't realize, you know, I've heard of Becky. I'm familiar with Becky Lynch, even though I'm not like a WWE diehard. Like, I know the main names, right? But I guess I didn't realize she's the highest paid female star. She makes $3 million a year. That's a lot of money. I guess I just thought that the guys in WWE were getting paid way more. Like, I read that Roman Reigns is the highest paid guy in the WWE, and he makes $5 million a year. The money that WWE pulls in, I thought that these people were making way more money. I thought they were making like 8 figures a year. Again, that's nothing to sneeze at, but I guess I didn't realize that they were making single-digit millions from WWE. But yeah, Becky Lynch, fun to watch, but boy, she flopped hard. Rachel Dratch killed it.
And maybe it was a shoot.
What's that?
Like she planned on doing that. Like it was scripted like WWE is.
I see. No, she seemed really...
she sold it.
When she got a couple...
Sold it.
When she got a couple right, she was really excited. She got, applause from the audience. But the rest of the time...
You can tell she knows what she's doing. Because if you...
She's playing to the crowd.
Yeah.
The rest of the time, she was just watching. Hey, Smoogie.
Hey, sup, guys?
Boy, I think Smoogie was going to be a chick. If there's one thing you can say about the show, we don't have enough Smoogies.
Never know what's coming. Yeah,
Nope.
Smoogie. Just call me Smoogie.
Smoogie. I just did.
That's dark right now, so hate the show.
Thank you.
I wanted to share my story. You were talking about D-pics, and I recently came across my first ever received. It was an AOL email from back in 2000 that I had printed, and it was tucked away amongst other memories and high school stuff that I had saved, and talk about priceless.
Was it in black and white, Smoogie?
It was color. Okay, check it. Color, 4 pictures. We've got full frontal shorts on, full frontal shorts down, but you can still, they're down to your knees. Just pull them all the way off, boys.
Was this an unsolicited D-pic?
No. I knew the gentleman. He was off at college, had a girlfriend, whatever.
I like that you called him a gentleman. That's very diplomatic of you.
Gentleman with a girlfriend.
Yeah, all right, gentleman.
Smoogie.
Yeah. Sus. He was cheating respectfully.
Respectfully, and opposed with just kind of holding, and then also
a shampoo bottle.
I got the full back, just the butt pick.
Yeah.
Whole?
This is
Spread
priceless.
cheeks?
It's even better, boys. Boys.
Was he spreading cheeks? I was gonna say no girl wants that. That's like a Poundcake thing. They're showing Poundcake. They're not showing Smoogie.
No, just go there. Yeah. So, he's of course send me pics. And back then, computers didn't have cameras on them, and I said so. And a couple of days later, I got a delivery of a webcam.
Wow, this guy, he was investing in his future with you. Were you, how did you stumble back across this picture? Was it in a storage bin somewhere?
Yep, going through totes of high school memorabilia and different things that, I had saved over the years. And yeah, that's priceless. I want to reach out to him. I'm Facebook friends with him. I hope he would get a laugh, but I don't know that if he would be offended. He is married to the girl at the time. And,
he's married to her.
Amazing.
Yeah. And shoot, I lost my train of thought. I never sent him any pictures because he was living in the frat house. I know.
Right, those are going to get shared.
Right. So you took his webcam, but never sent him back any pics.
Yeah. So.
Wow, Smoogie's out there getting it done.
All right, Smoogie.
Printed them out. That's bold.
Test out that Instagram, what do you call it? Vanish mode.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Smoogie's what? But Smoogie's 40 now, right?
I'm 40. Oh,
Hello. Lady never discloses. Tisk for asking.
I didn't ask. I told. You're 40.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Are you 40? This is 2008.
No, she said 2000.
Oh, 2000.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah, you're my age. Yeah.
Yeah. Ain't no shame in that game. Okay, good. Listen, thank you for dipping in, Smoogie.
Absolutely. Anytime.
All right. Yeah. There's Smoogie out in Stark County.
Printed them out.
Sure.
See, I haven't gone that far. I have them my Dungeon of D's on my phone, but I don't have a...
No, but if all you had... But this was before cameras were on phones. If you were in that time, you'd have a binder full of printed up D-pics, wouldn't you?
I would make a coffee table book out of it. Honestly, that's not a bad idea. If I just print out
the
all the...
printer, dot matrix would have been going all night.
You know,
his mom would be like, "What are you doing?" Nothing, Mom.
You got to rip the sides off.
The little holes.
Yeah.
That's really not a bad idea.
I'm printing up my homework, Mom.
If I wanted to free up some space on my phone, I just put a coffee table book of all the D's. So I get closure, and you know they still live on. Wow, yeah, that's a good idea. But no,
What is going on down there?
Hush, Bob, doing my homework.
Nothing. I spent $5,000 on paper this month.
I got a midterm.
No, it's the ink. It's the ink that kills you. Because I remember
got a midterm.
I was printing off pictures back in the day and going through ink, and my mom's like, "We go through so much ink in this house." I'm like, "Well, you got a lot of kids and got a lot of work to do for school, you know." And then, like, years later, she's like, "Wait a second, Bill never did his homework."
Yeah, right? It was the only time he was a paperwork guy.
Jack pictures.
You buy your own petard, Bill.
I hated paperwork.
It was too late. It was too late then. I was already on the other side.
She's like, "Do you know how much money I've spent on cyan this month alone?" We're just burning through. Now these printers they have, if you don't use their ink, they'll, like, shut it down, right?
Yeah.
It's making people mad. Like,
what do you mean if you don't use their ink, they'll shut it down?
Well, like all these like Wi-Fi connected printers or something. These people are pissed at these companies.
Like if you
now.
don't use their brand of ink.
Yeah.
That's a thing?
They'll be like, "Nope."
It is now.
It is.
Man.
Yeah, because these companies are fighting tooth and nail for market share. So they're like, they cut the customer completely out of it. They're like, "What are you going to do?" And they're like, "Buy another printer." Yeah, well, that company does the same thing.
I print all my stuff here. Sorry, guys.
Here.
Sorry, it's all. I heard don't pay me enough. I'm printing out all my papers here. So if you see me running frantically because I just printed out a picture, mind your business.
Mind your business. Poundcake's printing up D-pics here at work. Could you imagine that?
Right.
Somebody standing there back at TAM waiting.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, wait, I'm not supposed to go to the break room one, not TAM.
Oh, wrong one.
They're supposed to get breaking news, and they have all the files.
Yep.
Wait, where did this come from?
Bloom Daddy got your D-pics. Tom Moore is walking around trying to figure out what's going on. What is this, Florida?
I just got it.
Yeah, thank you. Satellite imagery of Florida. Oh, boy.
It's really hot down there, isn't it? Where are all those spots?
Spots?
I'm just kidding.
I think that if Dick from Dayton ever puts out an album with the Kettering Banjo Society, if he ever goes solo, he should call his album Dick Picks.
There you go.
Because he's playing the banjo.
That's good.
Something to do there. They are selling kegs of Fireball at Costco. Have you seen these? Just in time for the holidays.
Exactly what to get my buddy. My buddy Raj loves Fireball. He was in town last week for the Cleveland Comedy Festival, and he paid for 31 shots of Fireball at one bar. He didn't do all of them. He was buying them for all the comics, but that's so...
How much is that running?
I didn't get the final.
At least $32.
Right. One cheap.
Fireball keg at Costco is $69.99. They're like little pony kegs.
You can buy that and take it on vacation with you for all your friends that aren't going to drink it.
That's right. I still have all those little bottles that it turns out aren't real Fireball. There's like colored whiskey or something.
That's what Fireball is.
Well, but not their recipe. You know what I mean? Like they found out that the little tiny Fireball bottles didn't actually have Fireball in them. They were like knockoff or something. That was a whole big controversy in the Fireball community about a year ago. But Costco, and they can barely keep these in stock. Probably not because people love Fireball, but because it's kind of a goof. Drop $70 and you put a keg of Fireball in your basement.
Right.
1.3 gallons, which will give you 115 shots. It has 3 separate spouts on the keg. So if you're having a party, multiple people, maybe we'll do this for our holiday party this year. I'll just get one of these Fireball kegs and then see what happens there. But I thought it was a goof when somebody sent it to me. I'm like, I haven't been in a Costco in a long time, but apparently they're selling these. By state, it varies, by the way. Like when I lived in Pennsylvania, they still think it's the 1500s. Like in PA, that's one of like the Commonwealth states.
Yeah.
You can't buy any booze in Costco. So, and there are other states that will let you buy whatever. They stock whatever at Costco. And like in some states, you don't even have to have a Costco membership to walk in and buy booze from a Costco. Like if you go to Kentucky, they'll let you do that. Hey, Woody.
Alan.
Yeah?
Get lucky in Kentucky.
Damn.
Hey, you guys are talking about D-Pix and printer ink and the exorbitant amount that ink costs and how they kind of like rob you this way or that way. But the reason why I'm calling is like prior to the internet, the actual photographs of women's boobs versus photographs of guys' wangs, the number has to have been like
Boobs.
99.9%, 99.999% to 1%.
Boobs.
You see where I'm going?
Well, I mean, the inventors of the internet were all nerds who couldn't get laid. So, yeah, I mean, it was going to be boobs. I mean, it was a long time before, you know, that was all kind of a gay-friendly space where you didn't have to hide in the corners of the internet to. So, for straight young men, it was a wonderland. But I'm sure you could still find wieners if you knew where to look for them. I mean, I wasn't looking for wieners. I was barely looking for boobs. I mean, I was a grown man by the time all this stuff happened. I could see boobs in real life.
You never stumbled upon an unsolicited wiener?
Right.
Unsolicited wiener. I'm playing them on 2 Hours to Midnight Saturday. No, I don't recall doing that. I mean, I had a really good friend who's gay and was like a hacker or something. So he would be like, hey, look at this. Like, he knew where to find stuff, but...
You never got a straight friend that sent you a picture that was like, hey, man, I just shaved. Can you just tell me if this looks okay?
No, that's not a straight thing that guys do.
Bro,
that I know of.
I just need your expertise. I'm about to send this. I just want to know if it's a good pic.
No, because, again, I didn't grow up with people sending D-pics. I mean, when I was in college...
Had to draw it.
The Mac Lab, we had those Mac Classics, right? So I was in my 30s when all this stuff was blowing up, and I wasn't sending D-pics. So it wasn't even on my radar. I wouldn't have had a friend. I think one time I was in a group chat where a buddy of mine sent his dong to the group, and it was like,
just as a joke.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm like, all right. Cool, bro. I mean, but that was as a goof, not as like a rate my hog type. We weren't all typing back, you know, between
Good
1 and 10.
yeah.
Yeah, hey, good. Yeah.
Oh, nice girth.
Is that an elbow?
Thank you, Woody. Elbow, God, what, peyronie's? That's the weenus you're thinking of, not the penis.
Sure.
Easily able.
Whoa, what's that?
I was just wondering, I know you can see the text message phone numbers and see repeat customers on there. I was just kind of wondering if you're able to see repeat customers on the iHeartRadio app talkback button. Hate the show. Love you. Bye.
Can I see phone numbers on the talkback button? No.
You don't see phone numbers.
Oh,
but
yeah, I
you
see phone numbers. I can see phone numbers.
Like, you see who sent it. Yeah.
No, I don't see that. I'll sometimes
Okay.
if they
like
put their
log
name in,
in,
yeah. But usually no. I may see an email. Sometimes I'll see a phone number. But I don't traditionally. I don't know that I'd call people out by name anyway. So if you're asking because you're trying to stay relatively anonymous, then your secret is safe with me. Yeah, somebody sent me the clip of or I stumbled on it this morning, the pilot who gave a heartwarming farewell speech after 32 years of service on American Airlines. There was a flight to Chicago, and he wanted to let everybody know, hey, I've got a great crew and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, God, 32 years, that's a long time. That's quite a career. And then I go, that's 1991. Like, I keep forgetting
like that's when you started.
30 years. 1991. But I guess it's better than somebody getting on the plane and singing or the flight attendant trying to make jokes. But he was capping off a career by throwing out a tear jerker over the PA.
If I get a little emotional, please forgive me. First of all, I'd like to take just a few moments of your time before we take off to Chicago tonight. And I'd like to acknowledge a group of very important people to me that are on board the flight. They're the majority of my family who have come along with me on my retirement flight. Thank you all for coming along with me tonight and celebrating this very memorable time in my life. I love all of you.
I'd be like, can we get someone that's less emotional to fly this plane?
I was going to say, you want a guy who's been crying to then fly the plane? I mean, once you get it up in the air, does its,
Do they give free drinks? I feel like that would be a celebratory occasion where they would pass out, champagne or like shots or something.
No, man, if it's Spirit, he had to pay to make that announcement.
This is American Airlines, but you're not far off. I think most airlines are now looking at Spirit going, they had the right idea all along. Yeah, I think I'd want somebody who maybe was a little less emotional.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Also, get to the end of the flight.
attention to C-29F. We've got one person on the plane today. It's his private plane. He's a lottery-winning douchebag who nobody wants to talk to.
Just have him fly the plane.
I'd like to say goodbye to my wife and my children.
That's when I murdered me and Poundcake.
Because you're a hater.
And I would do it again.
You can't stand to have someone else to be happy and living a fruitful life.
Good pun. I've got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, I will have another $1,000 for you at 4:30. Next keyword to get a grand from the Buzzard bookie. And if you want to go to that Queensryche show, they're on tour with Armored Saint, and they'll be here in the spring. I'll hand those off coming back.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2024.
Presented by Capital One.
Sold out. Now your only way in is to win.
Don't miss Paramore.
The 1975.
The Black Keys.
30 Seconds to Mars.
Bush. Sum 41.
Yellow Card.
Lovely the band.
The Last Dinner Party.
Win your way
to our sold-out iHeartRadio Alter Ego
2024. Presented by Capital One.
Happening now.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2024, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
From the Mr. Hero
I crave the hero.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Clouds will be rolling in tonight, low 50. Tomorrow, rain and wind, a high in the upper 50s. Saturday, turning sunny and cooler with a high of only
streaming radio app? Free music.
Free live radio stations from all over the country.
Free podcasts.
Free playlists.
Free contests. Free artist radio stations.
Commercial-free stations.
It's free. I love iHeartRadio. Join the millions of music, radio, and podcast fans on the #1 streaming radio app now.
iHeartRadio.
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 Free never sounded so good.
Time to get stuff away. Time to get stuff away. Time to get stuff away.
We're going to go see Queensryche. Todd LaTorre been fronting the band for a while now, but they're going back and going to be doing some early stuff from Queensryche. Stuff off The Warning, the first album. So if you dig that old Reich, pre-Mindcrime, they're going to be throwing a lot of that in. Queensryche on the road with Armored Saint, John Bush, and his band of merry metalheads. It's happening in the spring. It's Wednesday, April 17th at the House of Blues. LiveNation.com for all the details. Want to pair here, Queensryche, Armored Saint next spring. Good luck. Caller 10. These are yours. I'll probably see you there. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Are you trying to make us all uncomfortable?
Alan Cox.
It's gross. It's weird. It's not right. It's not cool.
And there's plenty more where that came from. Back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Porno for Pyros dropped their first new song in 26 years. Harry Farrell, Stephen Perkins, Martine Lenoble is back with him. Martine Lenoble has been married to Christina Applegate for a while. Oh. She likes to rock and rollers. So Porno for Pyros, if you're into that band. Agua is the new song. They've got an EP dropping in February, and they announced their farewell tour, which I thought was kind of funny. I mean, after Jane's Addiction broke up, Perry grabbed Stephen Perkins, grabbed a couple other dudes, and they formed Porno for Pyros. Pets was their big song, right? It was fun. I mean, if you like Perry's voice,
yeah,
Porno for Pyros was pretty good. But they did 2 albums in 6 years and then broke up. So I thought, I mean, they've reconnected over the years, but I think a farewell tour is funny. That's funny to me. It's called Horns, Thorns, and Halos, the Porno for Pyros farewell tour. And as of now, they're not coming here. If you're a big fan of them, you'll have to travel. But they'll be in Chicago, Detroit, and Toronto in February.
Jane's Addiction opened for Smashing Pumpkins last year when they were at Romo Fijo, and they were great.
I've only seen them one time. It was 20 some odd years ago.
They didn't have Dave Navarro with them, and that
See,
was
that
kind of
sucks,
a bummer,
man. Yeah,
but it's still good.
Yeah, he was such an integral part of that band for me. But anyway, I saw Jane's Addiction back in the day with Chili Peppers, and it was pretty good. They were good for what they do. Stephen Perkins, I think, is an underrated drummer. He's a very talented kind of groove drummer. He's got a lot of interesting ways to play. And so I think that probably contributed a great deal to that sound. But I think Dave Navarro's awesome too. So it's not, obviously Porno for Pyros wasn't Dave Navarro, but I think it's the 4 original guys. I think it's Peter DiStefano and Martine Lenoble and then Perry and Steven. But I just kind of chuckled because I thought farewell tour. Because Dave Navarro apparently has like long COVID because they were going to do more Jane's shows. And Dave Navarro was like, I'm out. When you saw him, Dave Navarro was out because he's had long COVID. Like to this day, Dave Navarro talks about like, I still can barely remember some things. And so he's had a real hard time. But Porno for Pyros hasn't put any new music out since the Private Parts soundtrack, the Howard Stern movie. That was the last Porno for Pyro song. That was 1997. But they only put out a couple albums before they broke up the first time. But the song's good. It's called Aqua. It's out there. And then a handful of songs, I guess, to tour with, and that'll be it. A couple of minutes away here, I have another $1,000 for you to win. Courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. Today and tomorrow are the last 2 days to grab some of that money. Cavs are off tonight. They beat the Portland Trailblazers last night. They'll be back at home tomorrow night to play the Detroit Pistons. And a sad day in the world of cannabis. You know, here in Ohio, there's been so much to crow about, what with the marijuana decriminalization, whatever it is. It's been decriminalized for a while. But inexplicably, maybe he just figures he's getting too old or whatever, but Snoop Dogg has said that he's giving up weed.
He said giving up smoke. Is he giving up? Is he just going to edibles and not smoking anymore?
I mean, he said he's cutting out his habit.
Okay.
Maybe you're right. Maybe this is a semantic thing.
Right.
I'm giving up
you
smoking.
are smoking things, so maybe
yes, you are putting smoke in your lungs.
Maybe he's going to vape it, or maybe he's going to eat it and still consume marijuana, just not through smoke.
But I mean, who is? Granted, you have to hand it to Snoop Dogg for the career he's had to go. And I know we've had arguments on this show. Poundcake thinks that Snoop Dogg's bars are whack.
They are.
But, and a lot of people agree with you on that. But public perception of Snoop Dogg, I mean, to be able to transition from what he was 30 years ago to like a cuddly pitch man for everything now. I don't know what Snoop Dogg turns down when he's offered commercials and things. It doesn't seem like much. I mean, you might as well make your money while you can. But the public persona of marijuana use is embodied in Snoop Dogg. That's what people think. So I don't know what Snoop Dogg is without weed. If that's what he means, he's giving it up. You could be right that he's just giving up smoking.
Maybe it's an April Fool's joke. And he's just
a lot of
in
people,
November
that was the
to
joke,
really throw people off.
That was the joke people were making. They were telling him, this is not April Fool's. He said that being a grandfather has changed him in a lot of ways. The main way is being concerned with how I live, how I move, the kind of people I'm associated with, because I want to see my grandkids grow old. And so he is, I guess, taking precautionary steps. Snoop Dogg is my age, I think. I think he and I are about the same age. I'm 52, and he's 52 as well. Snoop Dogg is actually about 4 months younger than me. And he says that he's giving it up. About a year ago,
I'll
there
believe
was
it when I see it, Snoop.
Yeah, about a year ago, there was a story that went around. You know, he and Ed Sheeran were getting high, and Ed Sheeran said that he got so high with Snoop Dogg that he could barely see. He temporarily lost his sight. Think about that. Because Snoop smokes are the best of them. I mean, a guy like Willie Nelson still smokes. And you know what?
I don't want to get that high. Like,
or you can't see?
Like, I would take a puff. Like, it's Snoop Dogg. Like, yeah, I feel like it's proper manners to smoke a blunt with Snoop Dogg. Yeah. A blunt. Or take a couple puffs. But Snoop Dogg is a professional. Like, you're not going to outsmoke Snoop Dogg. You don't have to, like, smoke in front of him to look cool. Like, trying to, like, hang with him. I know I can't hang with Snoop Dogg. I'd be like, hey, I'll hit that, and then I'll pass it. But ain't nobody trying to get high with Snoop Dogg. His high, just like I was talking about money earlier, my $200 feels very different to another man's $200. His weed feels a whole lot different than my weed.
That's heavy weed.
That's a different type of weed.
Smoke weed every day.
Well, listen, maybe what happened to Snoop Lion? Remember Snoop Lion?
Well, just for that one little album, I believe.
Was it?
Yeah.
Maybe he should
Rasta album.
Maybe he should convene with Martha Stewart again. You know, she just said she canceled Thanksgiving.
That's what I bet this is.
You think it is?
He's going to be like, yeah, I'm not smoking weed. I'm making weed, brownies, and like he's going to do like a whole edible thing with Martha Stewart.
He's gonna
Infusing it with turkey and
he's gonna
stuff.
stuff a turkey with ganja.
Yep.
Or stuffing with pot or
Maybe
something.
he's
The turkey can smoke it.
maybe he's releasing a line of maybe he's going to be Soup Dog, and he's releasing a line of soups.
All right.
You don't think that's very likely? Well, we didn't think he was going to give up weed either.
No,
so
it's all everything's on the table.
The world's completely off its axis. Dogs and cats living together.
I don't know, man. Now that pot's legal in Ohio, I don't feel any different.
Well, how did you think you were going to feel?
I don't know. I just thought that the streets would just be a lot brighter. Everyone's just like...
It already smelled like weed everywhere.
I know. I just feel like there would be like flash mobs everywhere and everyone's
Well, it's
really
not
happy.
out in like stores yet.
It's also not 2010. Flash mobs.
Yeah, I just thought it would be, a happier place, and I don't feel no different.
Still November. It gets dark at 4
Yeah,
o'clock.
November in the Midwest. Yeah. Holy cow. Let me give you this money. It's $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie today and tomorrow. Last handful of keywords. So I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Dollar. That's dollar. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Roll me up and smoke me when I die. And if anyone don't like it, just look 'em in the eye. I didn't come here and I ain't leaving, so don't sit around and cry. Just roll me up and smoke me when I die. Now you won't see no sad and teary eye when I get my wings and it's my time to fly.
Call my friends and tell them there's a party, come on by. Now just roll me up and smoke me when I die. Roll me up and smoke me when I die. And if anyone don't like it, just look them in the eye. I didn't come here and I ain't leaving, so don't sit around and cry. Just roll me up and smoke me when I die.
Maybe Snoop knows something that we don't know. Like maybe he's terminally ill. Maybe, I don't know. I think Soup Dog is a good idea, though. I hope that he goes that way. I think that would be a great thing for him to move into. What is this sexual proclivities you sent me? You sent me a clip of a guy talking about sexual proclivities.
What did I send you? I remember
Some Australian guy.
Oh.
Sent me a link to this guy.
Well, yeah, so, okay. It just takes a weird turn. So he's
because
talking
he
about...
starts talking about something else.
Yeah, he goes into a very different place. Like, you would never guess. He's talking about how people's sexual proclivities are like nobody else's business. Like, it's not a big deal. So why are people so worried about it? And then he goes, what we should be worried about and what we should be worried about is not anything you would think this direction it would go in.
This was a news conference about what?
You just got to watch it. And then,
okay. Well, I'll show it here.
I mean, people are entitled to their sexual proclivities. I mean, let there be 1,000 blossoms bloom as far as I'm concerned. But I ain't spending any time on it because in the meantime, every 3 months, a person is torn to pieces by a crocodile in North Queensland. I
mean, his face goes dark and he gets really
so serious.
But I love the context of this. Like, it's a press conference where he goes from sexual proclivities to people getting torn apart by crocodiles.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things where it's like, let people live their lives, let 1,000 blossoms bloom. And what we need to worry about is how crocodiles are killing people in North Queensland. And I like a guy that's getting to a real problem. He's not worried about what people do in the privacy of their own home. He is worried about people getting torn to shreds by crocodiles.
So this might be an older clip. They were passing gay marriage in Australia at the time, and he was asked his opinion. If gay people should be allowed to get married, and he was like, hey, I got no problem with that. We should be talking about is people getting torn apart by crocodiles.
people are entitled to their sexual proclivities. I mean, let there be 1,000 blossoms bloom as far as I'm concerned. But I ain't spending any time on it because in the meantime, every 3 months, a person is torn to pieces by a crocodile in North Queensland.
The way his face changes is the best
It
part.
really did just got dark.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think is that like bipolar or something, or like split personality disorder? He looks like the guy from what's that movie where it's called Split? The split personality.
James McAvoy.
It's literally called Split. He looks like that guy.
No, I think this guy was probably asked, well, the context of it is they were talking about gay marriage, and then somehow he pivoted to people being eaten by crocodiles there in North Queensland.
He didn't want to go off track.
I guess not.
Well, he's got a more concerning thing. He's like, the people and their sexual proclivities is let them do it. That's not a concern. Crocodiles, that's a concern. That's something we should all be worried about.
Sir, are you concerned about gay people being torn apart by crocodiles?
Yes.
Every 3 months. What a schedule, too.
Yeah, every 3 months.
Every
They're
3
due.
months, people are eaten by crocodiles.
Let's try and get that down to once every 6 months. And then before you know it, it's going to be once a year. And then no one's going to get ripped apart by any crocodiles.
Sir, how do you feel about gay couples with crocodiles as pets?
Hey, you're asking to get ripped apart. Every 3 months.
Crocodiles as pets.
What's that?
I said there's people that do have crocodiles as pets, especially in Florida.
Oh God! Every so often they'll
those are alligators.
Every so often they'll get into some guy's apartment in Manhattan and he's got a giant alligator in his living room. They're like, they got to haul the thing out of the window like they're dropping a baby grand piano out of the street. It's wild. I've got to take a break. Again, if you want to send me a text, 35192 to do that. AlanCoxShow.com for everything else, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Charlie doesn't wash his hands after using the bathroom. What about your girlfriend? Does she wash her hands?
She only pees twice, 2 to 3 times a day. She doesn't consume enough water. Is it like dark yellow?
Oh, dark, dude, or orange sap.
Oh, that's not good.
Maple syrup.
You smell that like throughout the whole house when she pees?
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Bank of America is the proud employer of over 210,000 teammates who go above and beyond to support their clients' financial goals. Like Bruno, a Better Money Habits volunteer champion who helps debt feel less scary by giving clients tips and tools to tackle it little by little. For all your financial goals, we're here to listen and help. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/about. Bank of America NA, member FDIC, equal credit opportunity lender.
Order a Roman burger or any sandwich and get the Nugget Bud for just $1. Wait, did I just say $1? Now that's a deal. Again, that's a Nugget Bud for just $1 with the purchase of a sandwich.
I crave the hero.
With Wrangler Riggs Workwear, you'll be ready for any job, any project, anything the day throws at you. Suit up in our industrial work shirts, heavy-duty work pants, and jeans that are made to handle the toughest conditions. Built with triple needle stitching and off-the-shelf comfort, all backed by our limited lifetime warranty. Be ready for anything in gear that works as hard as you do. Wrangler Riggs Workwear. The full terms of the limited lifetime warranty are available at Wrangler.com.
Shopping for a car?
Carvana made financing a car as smooth as can be. I got pre-qualified instantly.
Doesn't get much smoother than that.
Actually, I got to browse thousands of car options and found the perfect one.
It doesn't get much.
It's getting delivered tomorrow.
Smooth.
Visit Carvana.com to get pre-qualified today.
At Mattress Firm's Black Friday sale, better sleep and unmissable deals are a sure bet. Save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic and score a $300 instant gift for pillows and more. Plus, get your new bed with free and fast delivery. Don't miss the Black Friday sale at Mattress Firm.
Geddy Lee is coming to the State Theater at Playhouse Square this Sunday for his My Effin' Life book tour. There's an audience Q&A, plus he will be joined by a fellow Rock Hall inductee. Every ticket sold will include a copy of Geddy Lee's new book, on sale now at playhousesquare.org.
This holiday, the Home Depot is helping you get gifts that keep on giving by making sure they keep on going. Right now, when you buy a select battery kit from Ryobi, Milwaukee, Rigid, DeWalt, or Makita, you get an eligible tool for free. Just pick a brand, pick a battery kit, and get a tool free. Give the gift of more doing this holiday with the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid at participating stores and online. One per transaction. Discount taken at checkout. Full eligible tool list in store and online. Valid October 23rd, 2023 through January 28th, 2024.
Here's another remarkable success story from QC Kinetics. This one from Chad, who hurt his knee at the gym one day, and it just kept on hurting for months.
From my high school football and wrestling days, I already had a little bit of damage in there, but this just sent it over the edge.
Chad tried traditional treatments with no improvement when he turned to the non-surgical regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics.
It was really fascinating how they did their work, and the science behind it was very intriguing, and it works. Extracting the cure out of my own body blew my mind. It's like I'm brand new again. It was fantastic.
That's because the QC Kinetics natural biologic treatments use your body's own healing power to restore damaged tissue in your hips, shoulders, back, and knees, providing long-lasting relief.
Now I'm back at the gym. I'm 100%, feeling great.
If you're tired of suffering with pain from arthritis or injury, call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 216-770-5488. That's 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488.
Spectrum Business is made to work the way small business works. Made to rise and grind. Made to start small, but think big. Made to do this and that all at once. And made to do it all with fast, easy-to-use, ultra-reliable internet, phone, and mobile services, working together to connect every aspect of your business. Because when you're made to work this hard, you need a seamless network made to work even harder. Spectrum Business, made to work. Learn more.
Donuts, from sprinkled and powdered to frosting galore. You'll have everyone's fave in one festive box, including yours. Save time and order ahead on the app. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Before making a joke, say, uh-oh, here comes a little whoopsie from my giggle hole.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I got this trip to LA for you here in about 10 minutes to go to our 2024 Alter Ego Festival. Should be a good time. It's Paramore. It's the 1975. It's 30 Seconds to Mars. It's the Black Keys from Akron, Ohio. It is Bush and Sum 41 and a handful of other bands, too. That's happening the 14th of January, I think is the actual date. 13th, 14th. It's that weekend at the Honda Center in Anaheim. And so today and tomorrow at 5 o'clock will be the last two trips to give to you. Will be out tomorrow, but still have that trip and all of the Buzzard Bookie keywords for you, too. So if you're trying to get to that show, I got a shot for you to do it here in a second. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where. I'd like to know where people are. We've swapped out our bureau chief map temporarily for the Christmas tree. But it'll return. Jake listens in Orange County, California. Mike's in Rochester. Brian's in Memphis. Andrew's in Louisville, Kentucky. Mean Gene listens in Council Bluffs, Iowa. And Renee is in Tavares, Florida. We also have a lot of bureau chiefs in the great state of Tennessee, and specifically in Nashville, Tennessee. About 45 minutes outside Nashville is a town called Murfreesboro. Murfreesboro. Say it quickly. It sounds like Murfreesboro, but it's Murfreesboro. And they have basically made it illegal to be publicly gay. I don't know how you enforce this. I don't know how you do it. It's really bad news if you go to Middle Tennessee State University. That's where that is. They refer to it as rural Tennessee, but there's a couple 100,000 people there. It's not, it's just beyond suburban Nashville. So it's not a small town. And they've basically banned any public homosexual PDA. I guess they.
So, but what do they? What do they deem? Like, it's a slippery slope, right? They're always worried about a slippery slope. Like, what if you're just, giving your buddy a nut tap? Is that homosexual PDA?
That's gay.
Right?
And the police
Did you say no homo?
Well,
right? Can that get you out of it? Like, you give your buddy a joking kiss on the mouth and go no homo.
A joking kiss
right, with no tongue.
Yeah.
To your point, they're not kidding around. I mean, if you're a hiker, you can't even get on the trailhead. So this is one of these towns, I think, where they banned books that have two mommies in them or something. And so this is part of that whole thing. But it's essentially
so you're watching a Titans
targeted
game
to gay people in that town. But again, this is a college town, so
right.
I'm not sure how they.
Well, I need to get.
But say you're watching a Titans game and they actually win, and you're celebrating with your buddy, and you give him a hug. Are you going straight to jail?
And also,
are you going to enforce this?
Would you get a ticket if you were a straight couple and making out?
Right. Because how do you know that's a real woman?
Yeah.
You don't know. Straight to jail.
I will say.
If you're wearing a uniform, that's kind of gay. Like, you look at all that. Straight to jail.
We don't have any bureau chiefs in Murfreesboro, but it's not far outside Nashville. And it ain't a small town. If you're in the middle of nowhere, Iowa, and you got a couple hundred people, those are the kind of stories you expect from those towns.
What if you eat a banana and it's
already
not sliced up?
You're in a town of 200 people. There already aren't, the gay people have all moved out already. So, but this is.
You drink a cocktail from a straw. Is that count? What are how are you figuring out what's gay?
And how many loops can that party straw have?
Right.
One of those metal straws, you know, with the Peronis on the end, that might be an issue. The ordinance has the local librarians worried that the books assigned for school won't be available. It all comes down to banning books that have anything to do with LGBTQ. Why are they doing this? Freedom, of course.
I love freedom.
Freedom.
I will say I want a husband from this exact city because they won't take me for granted.
Poundcake's really twisting my mind into a pretzel today because on the one hand, he goes, I'm perfectly fine being alone the rest of my life. But twice today, he's mentioned his future husband.
If I get married, I want a husband from this city because he'll treat me right. He won't take me for granted. And he...
From what city?
What is it?
Oh, from Murfreesboro, Tennessee?
Murfreesboro, yeah.
Okay.
He'll be repressed, so the sex will be fire. Like, that's always how it works. Every time, like, one of these Trump supporters can't, like, be outwardly gay.
Yeah, but these are also the kind of... Listen, these things never work. It's not like all the gay people go underground and hide. They get louder, as they should.
Not always.
They go, hey, well, in a town like this, in Tennessee...
They get married, they have kids, they run for office or something. And
maybe, but that's another way of speaking loudly. Replacing the people who were elected before to try to quiet you down. Or, I mean, I don't know how you make it essentially illegal to be any kind of person. I don't know how something like that is enforced. Alan, what if you have relationships with women, but sex with men? You know what? I've got a guy who can answer that question for you.
I've been wondering about this.
Yeah.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
All right. You heard it here first. From no less than Ice-T.
Hey, Alan, hate the show. You know, with all the news surrounding the conflict in Israel and Palestine, the Ukraine war still raging, there's just so much going on. It's just hard to keep a good mental health situation. But, you know, I'm not going to waste any time on it because every 3 months there's a person being ripped to shreds by a crocodile in North Queensland.
That's a good point.
That is a really good point. How can I be expected to focus on all these other things when every 3 months, like clockwork, I didn't even know crocodiles could tell time.
Do they know that in this Tennessee town? Do they know that they're focusing on gay people doing gay stuff in public when there are people being ripped to shreds every 3 months in North Queensland? How about that?
By crocodiles.
By crocodiles. You're not even worried about that.
I mean, in Murfreesboro, they're being ripped to shreds by locally elected officials. But they're in North Queensland every 3 months. People ripped to shreds by crocodiles. Like Amos Moses, like that classic song. He went into the swamp, but he never came out again. We don't know where the Louisiana sheriff went to. Hey, Mike.
Yes.
How are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
What's up?
Hey, I wonder, would you get in trouble if you ate a hot dog in public?
That's what I'm curious about. You eat a hot dog in public. You eat a banana in public. You eat a push-up in public.
Oh,
or
those are good. They still make push-ups?
Right. These all.
Oh.
Anything phallic.
Or does it depend on how you eat it, right?
If you eat a papaya in public and you're a woman, like
Nicolas Cage.
Yeah. Yeah, if you eat a peach all day.
All day. I mean,
you eat a peach all day.
There's so many loopholes in this legislation. I can't figure it out, but it's
you have
taking
a roast
up a lot
beef
of
sandwich in public. You're a lady. Like,
yes.
Boom.
Come on.
You going to jail?
Yeah.
How are Taco Tuesdays going to survive this?
That's what I'm saying.
All right. We'll
try. So many addendums to this. It's not even funny.
It is not. All right. Thank you, Mike. There's Mike down in Macedonia, right there in the shadow of MGM Northfield Park. Let me give you this trip as promised. Send you to L.A. Think about mid-January in Ohio, but you're sitting on 2 tickets to California.
I can't think about mid-January in Ohio because I'm worried about the crocodiles ripping people to shreds every 3 months in North Queensland.
Like clockwork. Well, you're going to have to put that concern aside come January because we're doing our Alter Ego Festival. Now, none of us are able to go. I don't know. We've never been invited. Yeah, I don't know. We've never been invited, so I don't know if we could go. I imagine it's a weekend. We could conceivably go. We've never been invited, but we'd love for you to be able to get out there.
What are the dates again?
It's January the 13th, I
I'm
believe.
free. I'm free that weekend.
Yeah. But anyway, our loss is your gain, and good luck. It's the 1975 and Paramore and 30 Seconds to Mars and the Black Keys and Sum 41 and Bush, who just, tore the roof off the joint at Buzzard Fest, and there wasn't even a roof. So listen closely and good luck.
Now, your chance at a trip to our iHeartRadio Alter Ego. Text the nationwide keyword, FLY, to the number 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's FLY to 200-200.
Now, 30 Seconds to Mars is doing their own tour. So if you strike out on one of these trips to L.A., but you want to see them, I will have those tickets for you next week. 30 Seconds to Mars with AFI, Davey Havoc and the gang, and Poppy, who really kind of does her own thing, and Kenny Hoopla from right here in Cleveland, Ohio. That is August 7th at Blossom.
Now, what if you're in this town?
So Monday and Tuesday, I'll have those tickets for you.
What if you're in this town in Tennessee and you are just shaking up 2 protein shakes? Just no big deal. Just shaking up 2
One in each hand.
One in each hand.
Your friend has left to use the loo, and he said, hey, could you hold my protein shake? You just both got done spotting each other at the gym. So there's problem one. Can
you can't spot anybody at the gym anymore.
Nope.
That's gay.
You cannot.
That is a gay act.
Nope. Even if you mention I have to wipe down my machine, they might take it the wrong way, and you don't want that either. So, yeah, your friend is standing there while you're off doing something else, and you've been kind enough to shake both protein shakes.
Right. Are they going to put you in jail for that? Just standing there, shaking the protein shakes.
They really haven't thought this through. And that's the trouble with any kind of legislation like this. Yeah. They never think it through. They haven't taken into account local sales of shake weights. Jim Harbaugh, by the way, will miss the Ohio State game because of his suspension. He will serve a suspension for 6 of U of M's 12 regular season games. And so I think that's next weekend, yeah? The Ohio State-Michigan game. That's the big game. Yeah, the big game around these parts.
The 25th.
Yep.
The 24th and 25th, there's something going on.
The 24th and 25th of...
November. Yeah. I remember. I'm headlining the Funny Stop in Cuyahoga Falls.
All right, you'll be competing with that game.
No, because that game is on at like noon.
Oh,
so
your show's not at noon.
No, it's
you're not doing
noon.
a matinee.
Not doing a matinee. Not doing a nooner. It's they're 7:30 and 8 or something like. I think 7 and 9:30.
All right,
something like that. 7 and 9:30.
Seems like a better time for comedy.
BillSquire.com.
Daytime comedy is kind of
it's tough.
It's an uphill battle. Speaking of being on campus, girls, look out for OJ, because he's out there, and he's looking at you. I've played a couple of clips from this before, but there's a show, I think it's called It Is What It Is. It's Mace and Cameron. Remember Mace and Cameron? These guys started doing like kind of a sports show. They have some girl on with them who I think is the actual sports person, but Mace and Cameron do this thing. And, boy, they love O.J. Simpson. I mean, the O.J. murder thing is so far back now that he's become like a kindly old grandfather. People don't have that kind of memory. Certainly not the kid. That all happened like a decade before kids who are in college now were even born. So when they're joking about how O.J. likes girls who have granddaddy issues, I don't know if he's hoping history will repeat itself, but and they're howling at this guy. They just, Mace and Cameron, they love it. Boy, they think OJ is the greatest thing. And maybe it is a generational thing. Maybe after a while, the people who remember that OJ, let's be real, killed 2 people 30 years ago, Forget that. And there's a whole generation of girls who have no clue what that is. And he's happy to see him.
They never said he wasn't a charmer.
Give me an example of a female that had a granddaddy issue that you encountered.
This was from New Hampshire. It was one that I liked, so I gotta, say I did like her, and it wasn't a fleeting thing. I mean, it lasted at least 3 days. She had to go back to school.
She had to go back to school. It wasn't fleeting. It lasted 3 whole days.
That's creepy.
But they have him on a lot. They call him Uncle OJ. Uncle OJ. Uncle. He's just Uncle OJ. Well, anyway, if you have now again, I have to cop to the fact I've never heard of granddaddy issues. Daddy issues, yeah. I've never heard of granddaddy issues. I mean, these girls on campus aren't even going to know who OJ is. Murderer or otherwise. They're going to be, what did you do? I played football for a long time. Oh, cool. All right, well. I imagine that the extent of his 3-day relationship with a girl in New Hampshire was probably buying her lots of drinks, maybe. I can't imagine anybody letting OJ get on top. But they love him. And I would imagine OJ, in his own head, probably figures, hey, I did some time in prison, so that should cover everything. I was acquitted of the murders. I did some time for the whole stealing of the memorabilia, right? And so in his brain, he's like, I shouldn't have done any jail time, but I did, and so that should cover everything. So it must be a generational thing that the girls in college now don't even know anything. Like their dads tell them, OJ killed 2 people, right? And they go, no, he's so nice. I spent 3 days with him. He only tried to choke me once.
And that was consensual.
Yes. The gals love the choking. That's not a generational thing. There were girls when I was in college. Love the choking. I'm not a choker, right? I'm no
Are you midnight
Draymond
toker?
Green. What?
Are you a midnight toker?
Yeah. I'm a choker.
Do any friends call
I'm not
you
a
Maurice?
Smoker. No, they don't call me Maurice. But, the choking, not my thing. But a lot of people are into it. And I understand the biology of it. I understand the physics of it. You shouldn't be shamed for it. But all I can think is, how are we talking about OJ so much when every 3 months there's a person being ripped to shreds by a crocodile in North Queensland?
That's what OJ should default to anytime someone brings that up to him. Be like, why would you worry about me? There's crocodiles killing people every 3 months. Like, even if that's way more people than I ever killed.
Yeah.
If I had killed people.
If I had done it.
Yeah.
If I did it.
Available now.
This is what I would have done. Alan, will Tennessee be able to ban parents from kissing in front of their children? I don't know. This is a very poorly thought out piece of legislation.
Make me sweat, make me harder. Make me sweat, make me harder. Make me lose my breath, make me water.
I hope this makes it into the clubs. Or at least into some house parties. Poundcake, do you see that Cassie is suing Diddy for rape? Remember Cassie?
It doesn't surprise me. Like, I'm not shocked at all. She turned down, he was paying her $300,000 a month. Well, no, he offered her $300,000 a month to be his live-in wife.
This was like 10, 15 years ago, yeah.
And she turned it down. So imagine what was going on inside of that house for her to turn down $300,000 a month. You turn that down because you want to get away from Diddy. You done seen some stuff, so it doesn't surprise me. She got dirt on him.
Diddy's such a nerd, though. I never understood like the whole thing with Sean Combs. I know he's like trying to be a hard guy just because he was like adjacent to Biggie and all this stuff. But I was like, he's such a nerd. Just a big dork.
Yeah, he's another one like Snoop where he's corny. He doesn't have a song by himself that people bump. Like there's no every song that made it to the radio has a feature. Like it's no one wants to listen to Diddy rap. Diddy can't rap. He's more of a producer and he has an eye for talent. He's not a rapper. He's just more of a mogul. But yeah,
I think he's okay with that.
He's okay with that.
He's the rapper, I'm the mogul, like that old Will Smith record.
But the fact that Cassie, I didn't even know this story happened, but I'm not shocked by it at all because she turned down $300,000 a month. Like, some people don't even get that in spousal support.
I mean, there's no way to know how much that is per year, but...
Let me calculate this real quick.
It's my Obama song.
Times 12. $3.6 million a year.
Hey, that's a lot of money.
And she said no. Yeah, that's scary.
You know, if a similar law like that one in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, if they were to pass something like that in Missouri, which is a very conservative state, it's going to be lights out for that woman that Mary went to go see.
Because, yeah.
Because sword swallowing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't get it.
But is that gay, though? I mean, she can do it.
Can she?
A guy can't do it, though.
But can she? It's lewd. I mean, they're casting a wide net here.
You know, I just don't know how you practice for something like that. How do you practice?
Carefully.
I was like, how do you practice sword swallowing? Because you got to get it right the first time or you die. What do you practice with?
You probably practice with something that's not a sword.
Well, but those also, I guess it's a small defense, but I don't think they have a point on them. They're short, they're blunt, so they're like stage swords.
Yeah.
Right? You're not taking a giant Viking sword and putting it down your throat. I mean, they're kind of rounded on the end. So if you end up making a mistake,
you can still get
not
hurt,
fatal.
I'm sure, but it's not going to, I don't think it's going to kill you.
I'm going to take a break. If you want to send a text here at 35192, you can watch live if you like at AlanCoxShow.com. And I'll have those AJR tickets for you. Anybody been hitting me up for those? AJR is on the road and doing their tour next summer. When's the date on that? Yeah, June 27th at the Romo Fijo. So if you're a fan, I'll get you those coming back. And then 5:30 is your next keyword. Last couple days to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Clouds will be rolling in tonight, low 50. Tomorrow, rain and wind, a high in the upper 50s. Saturday, turning sunny and cooler with a high of only 45. Sunny on Sunday, high in the upper 40s.
stations.
Commercial-free stations.
It's free. I love iHeartRadio. Join the millions of music, radio, and podcast fans on the #1 streaming radio app now.
iHeartRadio.
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 Free never sounded so good.
Little ditty about giving himself away.
All right, you want to go see AJR next summer? They're launching an arena tour. The new album is called The Maybe Man. And so they're going to go on the Maybe Man tour. AJR next summer, Thursday, June 27th. They'll play the Romo Fijo. And you can be there. RocketMortgageFieldhouse.com for the details. So you'll be sitting on them until next summer, but you'll have them. 2 tickets for AJR. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Voice call received.
Put this on the air, dumbass. You think you know it all? You're just nothing but a piece of shit. Talk about dumb shit that you don't have a clue about.
Another satisfied customer of the Alan Cox Show.
I hate it. This show sucks.
On 100.7 WMMS.
All kinds of people blowing me up with messages that there's some kind of shooting in Menor, but I don't have any information on it. I don't know if it's confined to a location or if it's, I don't know, but a lot of people out that way are hitting me up. So I will pass along that non-information to you. Cavaliers are off tonight, but they're coming off a win on the West Coast. 109-95 in Portland last night against the Trailblazers. They will be back here at home tomorrow night and Sunday. They'll play the Pistons. Tomorrow night, 7:30 is the tip-off here on MMS. 7 o'clock is when the pregame coverage will begin. That's one of those in-season tournament games. And then Sunday night, a bit earlier, 6 o'clock tip against the Denver Nuggets. It's my mom's team. Wonder if the Nuggets are playing on Thanksgiving Day. Wonder if my mom's attentions will be...
There's no NBA games on Thanksgiving Day.
It's all football?
It's all football.
All right. Well, I mean, we will be home on Wednesday, so I guess she'll be watching that Nuggets Magic game on Wednesday night.
She's that dedicated, huh?
She watches the games.
She likes the games, not just like the national TV ones. Like she's got the pass.
She's got the pass.
League pass, and she watches.
She's
I love it.
watching Denver Nuggets games.
I love that.
I don't know if my nephew got her into it. I don't know what. I think my nephew he's 14. I think he might be a Nuggets fan too. But, you know, it's something for her to get behind, so that's good. Well, time to kill now. You're not going to Gary Goldman tonight, right?
I got my show at High and Dry that starts at 8 p.m.
I completely forgot Gary Goldman was in
Gary
town.
Goldman.
I do too. I tried to buy like last-minute tickets over this past weekend, and I think it was sold out. He's doing the Hannah Theater, or at the very least, I couldn't. Playhouse Square website wasn't hooking me up because it didn't look sold out. But anything,
I don't think it was sold out.
Anything I picked, it wouldn't sell me tickets. So I don't know what was going on. I was ready to drop some coin to see Gary Goldman, but it wasn't letting me do it. So, but he's awesome. So if you're going, I'm not prone to envy, but Kraft is trying to petition Merriam-Webster Dictionary to make the word moist its word of the year.
Love it.
They're calling it Operation Moist. They have a massive 6-foot replica of a Kraft mayo jar in Springfield, Massachusetts, which is the headquarters of Merriam-Webster Dictionary. And so I guess this is just some marketing. Make moist word of the year is their thing. Now, again, if you're talking about mayonnaise, I mean, you don't have to call it moist because it's already... People know it's wet. It's a colloidal mixture. People know it's wet. So it seems self-evident that I don't understand the big push. They said, we've watched moist be degraded by the internet. Not the internet. people walking around don't like the word moist. It's the people walking around. That's
Moist
who's
has
on the
been-
internet.
Moist has been an unpopular word way before it was like an internet unpopular word. Like, I remember a show in the 2000s before, was it Dead Like Me? There was a whole bit on that show, and I think that show came out like early 2000, and it was all about how she didn't like the word moist. Remember kids and like women in my teenage years didn't like the word moist. Moist is not
Moist has not been a popular word for many, many years. Now, people hate that word, but they don't feel the same about the word oyster. And that's just the same word, but with no M. The sounds are the same.
Right.
I wonder why. Some people don't care for the word yogurt. They think the word yogurt is gross. But moist does seem to be kind of a universally hated word. It doesn't bother me. I don't care. Even though I've been called the arbiter of mayo, because I also don't care for mayonnaise.
Arbiter of mayo. Sandwich made with ham.
Sandwich made with ham. I don't.
Sandwich made with ham.
I don't. Thank you, Ron and Talmadge. I don't. I don't use mayonnaise. I'm a Miracle Whip guy.
You like that tangy zip?
Love the tangy zip.
What gets you out of bed in the morning?
I make my egg salad with it. I make my tuna salad with it. I'll put it. We had BSTs over the weekend, and I used a little bit of
no BLPs.
No BLPs. Nope. This time went for the BLTs,
but with spinach.
That's right.
More nutrients.
I wish there was a way to cook bacon where your whole house didn't smell like bacon echoes for the next 3 or 4 days.
I think the best way to cook bacon is just throw it in the oven.
Well, that's what I usually do, except it takes like 4 hours to get it cooked.
Hey,
I'm like, I want to eat these now.
Do you want bacon everywhere? Do you want grease crackling and popping?
Well, this time I told Gwen, I'm going to do it in the pan. She's like, all right, throw it in the pan. But yeah, it's the grease and the popping and the smell and the,
Am I the only family? You guys save your grease, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're not supposed to put it down your sink.
Don't put it down the drain.
But I'm saying
you got to like let it congeal.
Yeah.
Now that's a word.
Congeal? Yeah.
Congeal's a gross word.
Because
Is that moist? No, it's congealing.
No, it's congealed.
Yeah, you're not supposed to pour it down your drain.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to put eggshells down your drain. A lot of people do that.
Really? People put eggshells down their
Some
drain?
people put every goddamn thing down there. Just like people are flushing everything in the toilet. Some people put everything and then they just crank the disposal. I'm like, you're not supposed, not in my house, but I've seen people, I go, you're not supposed to put
soft
eggshells
things
down there.
The only thing that goes in my disposal is just like maybe like sauce or like it's not solid stuff.
We have the thing in the sink that collects the solid stuff.
Yeah.
And then you dump that in the trash.
And then you run the disposal to get the little bits to just kind of clear everything out.
It's a little labor intensive, but some people put everything in and figure they'll just grind it up and it'll move on. But it's like, that's not really how that works.
When I moved in, I had to replace my my disposal.
Yeah.
And taking that old one out.
Because the last people probably just jammed it up for 40 years.
No, it was just old. Like it wasn't even like jammed up. It was, nobody had lived there for a while. And I think it just, I don't know, I don't even think it was the thing that, like, the motor still worked and everything. There was a connection that was messed up. So I replaced it, but man, there was some stuff in there that had just been sitting in like one of those smells that,
wow. Oh, so people didn't move out right before you bought the place?
No, it sat there vacant for a while.
Wow. Yeah, there's a lot of things you're not supposed to put in there. But people put it in there. So Kraft is trying to get moist. The word of the year over there in the dictionary. The lengths to which companies will go to get some attention paid to their products. It's $1,000 right here for you. Last couple of days for these keywords from the Buzzard Bookie. And we'll end another round tomorrow of handing off this money, so I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
I like the video that the girl posted of her grandmother worried that she's a slut because she's not married. Have you seen this?
No. I love it, though.
When your 106, it's a piece of video here, when your 106-year-old grandmother clowns you for being 38 and single. It's just a girl in her car talking to her grandmother. They bleep out slut because it's on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a horn honk. That's not me doing that. They honk out slut. But I don't even think the grandmother knows she's being filmed. But this girl, you don't see the girl because she's focused on the grandmother. Grandma's perspective in conversations like this is why people avoid their elderly relatives. But so what? You can't handle your kindly old grandmother?
I think she's goofing around.
But these people, no, but like people's comments, they're like, ugh. It's like they are literally from another time. 106? She's from a time when like people got married when they were 12 and they stayed married until somebody died.
I'm 38.
I've never been married. Have you ever been married?
Really, Nana?
38 years old.
Really?
I've never been married. No children or nothing. You sure missed a lot of life.
Why do I have to get married and have kids to have a good life?
You do have no good life.
I do.
You don't go nowhere.
I do. I just got back from a trip.
By yourself, no man. If you don't have a man, you ain't nothing.
Really? I'm not nothing without a man, huh?
You're not a lesbian, are you?
Are you?
No, I had a husband. Tell you that, huh?
I still have sex.
You what?
I still have sex.
I know you do, but that's not right. That's dirty. Sleeping around like a...
It's one person. One person.
Sleeping around like a...
I love her.
Sleeping around like a slut. Come on, Grandma. She just wants the best for her granddaughter.
She's just goofing around, too. You can tell
she just wants the best for her. You don't go nowhere.
Right. Yeah, right.
See, Poundcake, take it from her. If you don't have a man, you're nothing.
Well, these men ain't nothing. Like, why do I got to settle? Why can't they come up? Why can't they meet me?
Why are you sleeping around like a slut?
That's right. You should have told this girl's Nana that.
To be honest, and I like to keep it honest here on the show, yes, I have been with a lot of men, but...
Like a slut?
But I'm more of like a lettuce guy rather than a full sleeping around guy. I haven't been with that. I haven't slept with that many.
A head of lettuce.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have only,
Not spinach, like Alan.
I would say if you took out all the people that I just gave lettuce to, my number would probably be a third. So it's really not that bad.
But you're still out there slutting it up.
Yeah, but and
there's nothing wrong with that.
But
that other number's still pretty high, I think.
Yeah, right.
What number? The lettuce number or
the lettuce number's high.
Yeah.
So even a third of that number is still pretty high.
Okay, well, I'm rounding down here if I'm thinking.
He rounds down in every instance.
But like,
did you finish? Nah, I rounded down.
I'm not that big of a slut. In comparison to the other gays,
you can't compare yourself to other gays. You got to compare yourself to yourself.
And you've crossed paths with some of those. I mean, the lettuce, someone has to receive the lettuce.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't. But like,
is it always that? Like
slapping sounds.
It really
is. It like my turn, then your turn, or is it like you're just doing it to
one
a guy
and
and be
done.
like, and have a good night?
Depends on my mood, but I'm very
I feel like you're so greedy in so much of your life.
But that's
I can't
my kink.
I can't imagine you being the guy that
greed
just goes,
is my kink.
All right, I'll take care of you, and then I don't need anything.
That's what I'm saying. I'm very submissive. I'm very controlling in every aspect of my life, except in bed.
Oh, you're like those rich and powerful men who hire dominatrix.
Tell me I'm pathetic.
I'm the head, Jamie Dimon. I'm the head of a multinational banking conglomerate, but I got to get my ass whipped on Thursday nights. I need to give up control for once. Hey, Mark.
Yo,
Hey.
I got a good remedy for your bacon. You cook it outside on the grill.
Yeah, I don't want to fire up the grill just to cook bacon. I mean, that is a solution, yes.
Well, if you're doing other stuff, do you have a gas grill?
I have a Traeger and a gas grill.
Yeah, so it's not that much, but I'm telling you, you get it. It's crispy, it's smokier, and no odor in the house.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And if you throw it on a cast iron pan.
I do have one of those. I have a cast iron for the gas grill.
I just do it on the grate.
Oh, the bacon on the grate?
Yeah, and it drips down. You got to watch it. You don't get a flare. Otherwise, you get an inferno in there.
That's what I'd be worried.
Yeah, I don't want that. I mean,
no, but if you put it on the high grate and you just watch it, it's done quickly. And like I say, your house does not stink.
yeah, that's a good. Oh, on the higher grate.
Yeah, the hot dog grate.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah. You put it on the other one, you'll have an inferno.
And I don't want that.
But anyway, that's worth it. No.
All right.
Okay, hey, thank you, man.
I agree with you on the disposal. The disposals, too. People think they're chipper grinders and jam everything down there.
Right.
And they're definitely not made for that.
Yeah, it's good advice. Okay, listen, thank you, Mark. There's Mark in Cleveland Heights. That is good advice. Oh, Rick, yes. Hello, Rick. What?
Oh, God. Hey, Cody, got a quick question. When you bring a guy over, do you take him to your fridge and say, here's the meat section, here's the crisper? Which one do you want?
No, they know what they want. They pre-order, sir.
The meat section, and here's the crisper.
Yeah, but Cody's big on making them order through the app.
Yeah. This is where the beef is. This is where the lettuce is.
Hey, listen, real quick. I used to work at a complex near Barstool Towers, and they had a lot of students.
Good for you.
I know. But listen, we had a whole bunch of Oriental students coming in, nursing. Okay.
Yeah.
These people were throwing bags of rice down their drain.
Yeah.
And then turning the water on.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. It's like
yes.
it's like concrete.
Yeah, wow.
No. It exploded the PVC.
Oh, it expanded so much, really?
Oh, yeah, from the drain itself all the way to the wall.
Wow.
From the window to the wall.
Pretty much.
You'd think they'd know.
I had 5 of these, and they just don't understand.
Rick, you'd think those Oriental students would have known that.
You would think.
Yeah.
Water and rice.
Water and rice,
hey,
yeah.
Thanks a lot, Al.
Okay, thank you. There's Rick out in Euclid, former maintenance man, who had to deal with some Oriental students back in the day.
And for people, you probably have people asking in the text, but people are also hitting me up. Lettuce, head of lettuce.
That's why I said head of lettuce.
Head
yes.
of lettuce.
If you're newish to the show, we do have a Poundcake glossary.
Yes.
And
lettuce
so for legal reasons, we refer to
lettuce or signing a document.
A sloppy.
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 I forgot about signing a document.
Signing documents, S&Ds.
I didn't invent lettuce, by the way. That was around.
No, we didn't think you did.
Oh, it was? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep.
Okay.
I heard it from Love and Hip Hop. There was a dude on there, Stevie J. He's like, I just want some lettuce. Can you give me some lettuce? I was like, what the hell is he talking about, lettuce? And then she was like, no, I'm not about to give you no lettuce. And then Urban Dictionary, it's a head of lettuce. Yep.
All right. Alan
is the opposite of CD.
I was singing that this morning, and neither Gwen nor my daughter had heard it, and so I'm sitting there showing them the video, and of course my daughter thinks it's hilarious. Gwen's like, "What is it?" I go, "I can't believe you haven't seen this." It like really exploded on social media, and I guess it just, as far as she was concerned, it just slipped through the cracks. But
Not in her algo.
No, right.
Siri the opposite of standing. Siri the opposite of running around. And sitting is a wonderful thing to do because you sitting. Sitting the opposite of standing on your head. Sitting the opposite of hanging from a barber. Sitting is a wonderful thing to do. I got one thing to say.
Sidim. Alan, do your bacon on the Foreman grill. I don't have a Foreman grill. Is silverware okay for disposal? Yeah.
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 For one time.
Uh-huh. Use the air fryer. That's a good idea. We do have an air fryer. Anyway, thank you. Maybe one of these days I'll do it on the grill. I'm going to break. If you want to send a text, 35192.
Jennings Freeway North ramp to 90 West and the Innerbelt South ramp to 90 West, all closed. A crash takes out 2 left lanes on 480 West after Tiedemann. Expect delays. Jackie Roberts in the traffic center.
This report is sponsored by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
Black Friday at Levin starts now. Get an extra 25% off store-wide, plus 5-year special financing with 0 money down, and take an extra $50 off. Get a free gift with every purchase at Levin Furniture and Mattress.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios. Voted Best Taco by Cleveland Scene and Cleveland Magazine.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
He's a Satanist where they sacrifice babies and melt those babies into candles.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
How do you feel about that rumor, that supposedly very well-sourced rumor that Bill Belichick is going to go to your Chargers?
Oh, is that a thing?
That at the end of the season, the Patriots and Belichick are going to go their separate ways.
Yeah.
And somebody who's, rumors going around that somebody who has, I guess, reliable sources says that he loves the Sun. And he might be going to the L.A. Chargers, which is your team.
Hell yeah.
So did he go to New England when he left Cleveland?
Yeah, I think he was an assistant coach for the Jets for a year or two. I don't think he went straight there.
But he's been in New England. He's been the coach of the Patriots for like 20 years, right? Tom Brady's whole tenure there.
Right.
Yeah. Alan, can a man perform CPR on another man in Murfreesboro, Tennessee? Or do you have to find a woman to do it? Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Choking's gay anyway, so, like, you probably shouldn't even... Well, I guess that's
gay.
Heimlich maneuver. Yeah, that's pretty gay. It's a pretty gay thing to do.
Okay.
What do you say?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Like, a real man just breathes the air. Like, what are you just going to let something in the way stop you from breathing? You breathe around it.
What did you say, Poundcake?
What about a male masseuse or a masseur? I don't know the proper.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
A masseur?
Can't do that.
Can't.
Like, is that gay anyways? Like, when you go, do you have to get a woman out?
Only if you finish. I mean,
do you have to what?
Do you have to, for you, because I've never had a massage in like a salon, or I don't know where,
a massage place?
Parlor? Yeah, I've never. Well, I don't know.
It's got the double swinging doors when you walk in.
Massage parlor.
No, the main person I go to is a guy.
Oh, so
I don't care. Like if I'm booking a massage and they're like, my guy isn't available, I'll take anybody. I don't care. But the person that I have found that works me out the best is a guy.
Is he gay?
Is he gay? I only know him professionally. I don't know his situation. No, I think he's married.
Okay.
No, he's from like Guyana or something like that. But he's the guy that I will try
Guyana. Guyana, you're
to. Guyana, another guy.
Yeah.
No, I will initially try to make an appointment with him, and if I can't, because I have to book them when I have time, and that's relatively rare. So, but otherwise, I don't have a preference. No.
One of my exes got me a gift card to like some massage place. I don't think it was a massage parlor, but it was like some salon or whatever it was, where you could go to relax, and I never used it. So I've never had a proper massage. Maybe that'd be like a gift to myself.
I don't know if there's a place around here that does it, but the last time we were in Denver, Gwen and I got Thai massages from like the old ladies who walk up and down your back, and it was revelatory. It was a life changer. I mean, I've never had that before. I thought it was like the stuff of legend. I didn't
walk up your back.
Yeah, I didn't know that like it was still being done, but we had that done, and I was like, that was just friggin' fantastic.
The hot rocks, have you gotten that?
Hot stone, I'm not as big of a fan of because it gets uncomfortable real quick for me. Like And then I'm so focused on that, I can't enjoy the rest of it. So it's okay, but I don't find that as relaxing as some other people do. Some people love hot stone massages, and I'm like, for me, it's mostly distracting because it's crazy hot. And I'm like, I just want to get out of here now. But if you can get the little old ladies to walk up and down your back and they know what they're doing, that's a game changer. I've tried to make, if I had one resolution in 2023, is that I was going to try to more regularly get massages. I haven't been real good at it just because I just don't have that much time. And if you want to get a good one, you got to book like a 90-minute session because 60 is over before you know it. And there's also a lot of people out there that don't know what they're doing because I don't know what it takes to get a massage therapist license, but I don't think it's much. I've known some friends personally who have become massage therapists, and I would never let them touch me.
Why do you say that?
Because it's just like they did it because it seemed they kind of didn't know what they wanted to do, and it was super easy to get licensed, and they just bought a table and started booking people.
Do they make good money?
I mean, I think it's like anything else. You have to get up and running. Yeah, you got to get a list, but so it's tough. Like some people really know what they're doing, and you don't know somebody doesn't know what they're doing until you get under their hands. Then you're like, oh, this sucks. Alan, has anyone on the show ever had an STD?
No.
I haven't. I don't know about anyone else here. Poundcake hasn't.
I haven't. I thought I did. This isn't nice to say, but I've had a bunch of scares.
A bunch of scares.
And I don't know if I had a reason to freak out or if I'm just paranoid in general. But that's one of the reasons why you shouldn't be promiscuous, because if you're not knowing the history of the people that you're hooking up with, the possibility is there. You could get an STD from someone. But I have walked a fine line where I've done just enough with a stranger to where I didn't get an STD. But like, I remember I went to an out-of-network ER, urgent care, whatever, just so my mom wouldn't see that I went to go get like a penicillin shot, because I was like, give me the shot. I'll pay for it later, because I was going to San Diego. This is right around the time I went to San Diego. And I was like, I don't know if I have something, and I don't want to, infect anybody, but give me this shot and the pill, and so if I do have something, it'll be gone by the time I leave. So I never, and then they were like, you don't have anything. They're like, it's too early to tell. And then I called back 2 weeks after I did everything. They were like, it should be gone. If you have something, it should be gone. And then that's what happened.
Well, it is funny how, for people who are all skeptical about how quickly they developed a COVID vaccine, that's not a standalone thing. First of all, that was a multinational effort.
Right.
But when there's enough pressure and there's enough incentive, they can develop stuff pretty quickly. It was just the beginning of this year where they were like, there's a super strain of gonorrhea that's in the U.S. and no antibiotics can treat it. There's no drugs to evade it. If you get it, blah, blah, blah. Well, they just dropped a drug for super gonorrhea. Hey. So if the incentive is there, and it's always financial, boy, do they come up with stuff fast.
Yeah.
Because they know they're going to be dealing with a lot of people that need that. I just remember the one song from when I was a kid.
Well, I'm clapping my hands.
Well, that looks like fun.
It is fun. You should try it, Levi.
All right, I'll try it. How's it go?
It goes like this. I've got the clap and I'm giving it to you. I've got the clap and I'm giving it to you. I've got the clap and I'm giving it to you. Who's got the clap? I do.
Well, that looks like a lot of fun. I want the clap, too.
It's really easy. Anyone can get the clap. I've got the clap and I'm giving it to you.
And then we'd just go around the room and we'd pass it from kid to kid. We would touch hands and then they had the clap.
It's like the cheese touch from Diary of a Wimpy Kid.
Yeah. Except we wanted the clap. You don't want the cheese touch.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, there was a time where whenever I would shave too close and I would get like a bump or something, I would think, I'm like, do I have something?
Yeah, like a rug burn type situation, and went and got tested, and they're like, no, just a little bit of an abrasion. And I was like, oh, good.
Yeah, I think I had, I don't know if this is the right word for it, but like a skin tag that I was curious about, and I didn't want to go, because even when I went to that urgent care, they still ended up billing back to my mom's house, and she was like, what's this? So I was like, I'm not even just about to lie to you. So then I had a skin tag or something that I wanted to check out, and I didn't want to pay for it. So I was like, Mom, can you look at this? So she did it because she knew I was like nervous about it, and she made it even worse. She means well, but she's like, all right, let me see your pecker. I'm like, oh, don't do that.
Oh my God. Well, she is a nurse.
I know, but she knew I was nervous about it. I'm like, don't say pecker. I'm like, just look at it. So she's like, it's literally nothing.
I didn't think that you could have made it worse, Mom, but you're calling it a pecker.
She said, let me see your pecker.
Pecker. Well, she is using that. She is using that strict medical terminology. Texter said, all of you have probably had chlamydia and didn't know it. What dude?
I got tested.
But also, what dude wouldn't know he had chlamydia? Like, doesn't it hurt?
Doesn't it, like, cause a discharge?
Yes, and it hurts. That's the old thing. Dudes screaming when they pee.
I know, like, HPV is a thing that you can have and not know, but, like,
I don't. Women
chlamydia.
are prone to having STDs and not knowing because the plumbing's all different. But guys, I mean, I've had friends that have had that stuff, and they're like, yeah, you know.
There's smells. There's I would say there's smells. There's discharges.
Smells. Come on, man. You'll see it congeal.
Yeah.
Ugh.
It gets moist. Well, anyway, there's your.
I got really lucky.
There's
I don't
your answer.
I don't know what's wood in here, but like, because.
Oh well, it says the majority of chlamydia infections in men do not cause any symptoms. So
oh really?
Maybe we have.
All I ever heard.
Just got tested.
All I ever heard. Yeah, I mean, now when you get like a blood panel, they test for all that stuff. But back in the day, I thought people. Dudes I knew that were like, yeah, it burns when you pee and all that. That's the line. It burns when you pee. Like it's
so the only one that it would be possible would be like herpes, because I don't think they test herpes on a regular STD test, do they?
I don't know.
I think they do.
I would think that would be part of an STD panel.
Yeah.
That's a pretty common one.
I don't know if I've ever gotten like.
It'd be
Also,
weird if they didn't check for that.
Don't let feminists take it from us. His piece.
His and her piece.
Yeah.
I was reading about a dude. Somebody asked me if I had read this earlier, and I did, about a guy who did a DIY fecal transplant with his mom's poop. Did you read about this?
No, missed this one.
He did this.
I didn't come across the fecal transplant.
DIY.
The DIY.
Literally.
Or mother-son transplant.
And this is in Toronto, where they have healthcare. And usually,
sometimes you're busy.
Fecal transplants have been proven to really help people that have, I think it's called C. diff or Crohn's disease or some gastrointestinal thing, and they'll take someone's, healthy gut biome in their poop and put it in another person's bowels, whatever. This guy did it himself, and the hook of the story is that when he did it, he started getting her menopause symptoms.
Oh,
he got hot flashes, but this is like around Christmas time they were doing it. And I was like, well, how did they do it?
This is the closest thing there's ever actually been to a Freaky Friday.
That is a Freaky Friday.
Yeah.
That's worse.
It's called Streaky Friday. That is the film they're doing. He got ulcerative colitis at age 18. He got Crohn's a few years later. It's nasty stuff. I mean, if you talk to people that have this stuff, it's the whole never trust a fart crowd.
Which should be the whole crowd.
But you know what he did? He put his mom's poop in his bum.
Yeah, that's what a fecal transplant is.
Right, but they usually give it to you in like pill form, right? They powder it.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that they like freeze dry it, and then you're taking
he doesn't
supplements.
have that. He's a man of
That's what I'm
limited
saying.
means. He's got to get a little more creative.
The first ever FDA approves the first ever fecal transplant therapy as an enema. So over the counter maybe. But this dude, so he starts getting his mom's, I mean, that is pretty wild. He started getting his mom's menopause symptoms. But Canada, bro, I mean, go to the hospital and, because poop can transmit high levels of hormones. So he started getting his mom's hot flashes. Hey, Mom, you got that poop? God bless. So, yeah, I did see that. That's wild.
What's it called again when you put poop in a jar and bury it and then you
what's it called?
You try to get high off of poop.
Jenkum.
Oh,
That's what
Jenkum.
it is.
Oh, it's like prison wine or something, right?
No, it's not wine.
What's the wine
it's
stuff?
like you huff it and it gets you all.
Yeah, it's like fermented.
Yeah, we've talked about Jenkum
fermented
before.
poo. Dude, people, I don't want to ever get so desperate to where the only like relaxation, happiness I get out of life is huffing poop.
Yeah, but didn't it start like overseas, like really poor countries were doing it? Like they're like, I need to get out of my own head because I'm in the middle of a, I don't know.
But how do they know?
Genocide or something.
How did they know? Who was the first person to test that? Like, I'm going to poop in a jar, bury it.
People get bored. People get creative.
And they found out.
No, but not even bury it. It was probably people are pooping outside. And if it sits there for a while, it's going to ferment. It's going to be in the sun. And somebody probably walked by and started seeing things.
My
and like,
eyebrows
whoa.
are falling off.
Right.
Let's huff it.
Start getting high as balls. You know, like the cartoon stink lines were coming up off the poop.
This is making me dizzy.
So, I mean, if you're sniffing it, what are the dangers of that? You're not ingesting it, really.
You're still ingesting
Fecal
fumes.
matter. But how would that hurt you, like, health-wise?
I don't know, man. Go huff the exhaust from your car and tell me how that will hurt you health-wise.
I think it was also kind of the early days of the internet that made it sound like everybody's kids were doing Jenkum.
Right.
And they were like, there's just not any research to support that. But yeah, I you know, Jenkum.
Jenkum damn near killed him.
Yeah. An apartment building in Fort Pierce, Florida in 2010 was condemned after police found leaking containers of human waste in a unit. The police speculated the tenant was manufacturing Jenkum.
Had to leak. Like, it was overflowing, or did
Jenkum? You're a Jenkum microbrewer.
I grow my beard out.
Still smells better than an IPA.
Because it's also one of those things where, even though it's probably not true, somebody will do it. You know, once it makes it around the internet, you have kids going, let's do it. Let's poop in the sun, see what happens. And the next thing you know, because I don't ever recall any, I don't ever think it got to the point where there were like anti-Jenkum advertisements.
Because one, it's labor intensive to get high. I feel like if you want to get high that bad, you deserve it. You're sniffing poop, bro. Like, no one's going to stop you. Just do you.
I learned it from watching you, Dad. You were in the bathroom.
You had all that Taco Bell.
Yeah.
I'm pro Jenkum.
Yeah.
Pass a law.
And I don't care who knows.
Pass a law, and people want to get high off of Jenkum. I say let them get high off of Jenkum.
If you want to work that hard,
that's how
to get a high.
That's how all the human poop
punishment
on the sidewalks.
It's the high.
That's right.
I was going to say, that's how all the poop on all these city streets get cleaned up, is because everyone's getting high off of them.
The Jenkum trade is going through the roof. Partnership for a Drug-Free America is going to have advertisements. Where did you learn? The guy opens up, because what was the old commercial? There was like a cigar box full of weed or something. And the dad comes in. He goes, I found this. How did you? I learned it from watching you.
And instead
yeah.
He comes in with a jar of poop. And he goes, what is this? Now I learned it from watching you, Dad.
I learned it from watching poo.
Yeah.
Now addicts aren't even going to be like coming up to you on the street asking you for money anymore. You know what they'll probably ask, Alan?
What's that?
What would they say if they're looking to get high off of Jenkum? What would they say to a stranger?
I don't think I have that one anymore.
You don't have that anymore?
No, let me watch you poop.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, maybe I do.
Let me watch you poop.
Hey, I had it. I couldn't remember what I had and what I didn't have.
Let me watch you poop. Let me sniff it.
I'm a Jenkum manufacturer. How do you like that? Yeah, that's right. Barry Jenkum is my name, and Jenkum is my game.
There's going to be like a radio, like there was a Jenkum warehouse downtown underneath a
big old Jenkum bus. Be careful. Some of this Jenkum's laced with fentanyl.
Jenkum warehouse.
Jenkum honestly, it's like a meth house, a crack house, and a Jenkum house. No one wants to tear down. Let them live.
You got to work in your underwear in there.
God.
Just smash the windows out and let it breathe a little bit.
It smells like the devil pissed off a loaf in here.
The smell was horrible. There's a Jenkum warehouse set on fire. Some vandals.
Down here at Crazy Eddie's Jenkum warehouse.
Apparently, in 2006, 2007 in Florida, local cops were also referring to it as butt hash. I like jenkem better.
Yeah, jenkem.
I know where jenkem comes from, but butt hash seems like they're working a little hard. I'm going to break. If you want to get the last word in, send me a text. 35192. 630 is going to be the next chance for you to grab $1,000. Another keyword coming from the Buzzard Bookie.
The Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This is Doug Gottlieb. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Penn Station East Coast Subs.
Thursday night football set to go, and it features the Ravens and the Bengals in an AFC North battle. Baltimore leads the division, while Cincinnati, they're in last place. The Browns say quarterback Deshaun Watson will go under the knife next week in Los Angeles to repair that broken bone in his right